Hey everybody! I can't say that without sounding like Dr. Nick. Guys, we're gonna do what we usually do and start out with shoutouts for everybody who's here that's also a streamer. So let's shout out Killer, let's shout out J-Bomb. How are you guys doing today? And hello Laz, what's good in your world? Guys, we try to support everybody here in the community, you know, take care of each other. So if you haven't checked out Killer or J-Bomb and you're out there looking, lurking in the dark, please go give them a look. We are back on max difficulty Frozen Forest. This is day number 4. We did 2 streams last week and we streamed an extra long one yesterday. I'm a little bit anxious to get this done. Get some progress done is what I should say. We've got our base walled in reasonably well. We've still got a lot of chill down here. Eventually I'd like to make this our water tank, but it's going to be a little difficult with the abyssalite this cold. Like, a second we drop water in here, it's pretty much going to freeze. So we can't really crack into that just yet. Although it's not exchanging temp over here too hard. Whatever the words are. Goals for the day. Pretty much the same as every day, staying alive. This has not been an easy map to conquer. As I was saying yesterday, I think if we were just playing max difficulty on a normal Terra map, we'd be fine. And if we were playing normal difficulty on a frozen map, we'd be fine. But to throw ourselves in full force into both, it's been a struggle. It's been a real struggle. And we're up to 6 dupes who are consuming 2,000 calories per cycle each. I am dying, and I mean absolutely dying, to get off of mush. Not because I give a shit about the morale or the stress or anything, because we've got that nicely managed. We even got up to a great haul yesterday, so we got that +6 morale. We've got the morale from our nature reserve. We got a barracks. We upgraded to a washroom from a latrine. Like, as far as morale goes, we're not doing bad at all. We're pretty much on par with where we should be. Ooh, Franz. Hans and Franz. So what I'm thinking here, Hans is eventually going to be going into digging. I think we gotta level him up as if he's in the gym, right? Like, just so that he gets good faster. So let's get Franz into research. So he's smart. From what I understand, maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong out there, guys. I do believe if you go into research, it makes them learn faster, and learning faster is good. You know, being smart is always a bonus. We've got a decent enough morale that I'm willing to put Julie all the way into exosuit training to increase her speed at moving around here. Linus is going to have to go down the construction route as our mechatronics engineer, because I need somebody to build shit that we need. Sudsy over here, Sudsy, you know what? You can have improved construction because it's free. Because you do wind up building a few things. Guys, everybody has been named by one of our members in here. Thank you all for saving up the points, being here for so long. The Killer. Let's get you into improved carry, Killer. I want to keep 1 point available on Killer and or on Suds, because they can go into medicine compounding. And on max difficulty here, I think it's essential. I'm doing good, J-Bomb. How are you? Listening, but in a car trip. All right, sounds good, Barb. Thank you. I'm doing well. I actually was thinking about starting earlier, and then it occurred to me, is like, you know what you could do instead of starting earlier is eat some friggin' food so you're not starving by the end of stream. Maybe that's like what you should do. Maybe. So, you know, trying to pull my head out of my butthole a little bit and get some things done. I don't think we need Zed to go into hard digging. Zed is going to cook at all times. So I think we actually start putting Zed down the path to get into suit sustainability. We'd like to get him those bonus to athletics, get him moving around, get him cooking as far as movement, so he can continue cooking as far as food. If we can get off of mush bars today, I would be friggin' ecstatic. And then we should have enough water income to not only keep ourselves breathing, but maybe actually get some more research going as well. I'd like to be getting some more research. We need plastic, guys. We need plastic, and we don't have a teleporter to our second planet, so we're going to have to get into space quickly. Now, a little while back, we were doing a radioactive asteroid start, and before we did the radioactive asteroid start, myself and Flower got into a voice chat one night, and we were talking about how we would go about it. And we could definitely get into a steam rocket with minimal problems. I say minimal. Now, on this map, I think it's much more possible than the radioactive asteroid. Now, the radioactive asteroid has gold amalgam, which means we can basically just get to steam, because you increase the overheat temperature of the aqua tuner to 125 and steam happens at about 100. You need to go over by 2 degrees or under by 2 degrees for state changes, you know, so that shit doesn't just keep flashing back and forth. It's a mechanic the game introduced way back. It might have even been there since early access. But that means that if we had gold amalgam, we wouldn't have to worry about making steel. I mean, steel is going to be better. But on this map, we do have a ton of iron. We don't have fossil. So that being said, eggshells is our main way to get steel. We have 100 kilos of steel. We need 1,200. We need another 11 batches of steel in order to get ourselves a single aqua tuner. And that's not even going to cut it, because if we're going to do a steam rocket, we also need to build that gas pump out of steel. Now, on the plus side, it does mean that we're going to be able to cook our steam a little bit hotter, which makes it a lot easier to send it through the gas pipes without it cooling off and breaking the pipes. So we'll create a system that runs that at one point. Right now, we are still concerned with temperature and calories. We've walled in our temp, and we increased our battery banks. So we are getting to the point where we've got substantially more possibility for getting heat and thereby getting crops going. Now, the thing about crops, we could probably stay on dirt-related crops for quite some time as long as we get pip ranches up. I'm planning on the pip ranch being over here. I've taken some thoughts into consideration. Like, we might want to actually drop this down a level, because we don't need this to be 4 tall, even though that's our main floor size. Because what that would allow us to do... Ooh, pardon me. Like I said, I actually ate today. What that would allow us to do is extend this out longer, giving us more access to natural tiles. We're going to ranch pips using wild planted, quote-unquote, arbor trees, so that we don't have to waste polluted water and dirt on the trees. And then the pips will eat that and produce dirt, plus we'll be able to get some lumber out of it, which we could then turn into ethanol, which until our map warms up is going to be our best bet for liquid locks, because otherwise we're going to get frozen stuff all over the place. Although, Brian, what level do you freeze at? -22? We could probably get away with some brine, but, man, we get -26, -30, we're going to have to get ethanol if we want to liquid lock anywhere in the cold areas. All right, we're down to 4,000 calories. We've got 2 people sleeping, 1 person eating, though. We might have to kill some of these hatches. Up to 5,000. We are cooking. You know what? Let's get rid of pickled meal on the list. We will go back up to here and let them consume meal lice. The thing is about it, we were looking at it yesterday, right? Meal lice, cooking it to pickled meal doesn't get us any more calories. So it's a waste of time to cook it, because we're eating it faster. We're eating it as fast as it's coming in. So we don't want to waste our guy's time cooking it. We want to make sure that he's cooking those mush bars to get the extra calories out of it. So that's a change I'm happy to make right now. We do have some wild hatches over here. We want our tame hatches to be stone hatches, because we need that coal to get refined carbon, which I actually want to pop off a little bit over here, because that's going to give us some heat. Do we have refined carbon? Yeah, we need a bit more refined carbon to get some steel going, right? Iron to steel, we need... Actually, no, we don't need refined carbon. Never mind. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, right? We've got how much refined carbon do we have? We have 240 kilos. We need 20 per batch of steel. The lime is going to be the bottleneck because that's going to come from eggshells. We just got to spin up our operations with ranching, which is also going to have the added benefit of getting us eggshells plus barbecue. If we've got more animals going, we're going to get barbecue. We're going to get eggshells, and that's going to get us in the direction we need to go. A little bit of map cleanup is also what we've been working on. We've been trying to get the debris away from our crops because I think the debris holding on to chill has been a problem. Ever since we got it all out of here, these have been coming back online a little bit faster. We increased our battery bank. We put another battery bank down here. The great thing about having battery banks for heat, we've also got a shitload of power stockpiled, right? So that's a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. Now, I would prefer to have them on the main line. We're going to have to redo our entire system at one point. I mean, we are working towards a specific endgame goal. We're treating this a lot more like a RimWorld playthrough. Our goal is to build a monument. I forget what you need in addition to the steel. I think you do need glass. So we need to get steel and glass production going. I'm very tempted, actually. Can we make... I don't think we have glass forges researched yet. Glass forges would be a huge, huge boost in heat. So we might end up going into glass forges for research if we can get research back online today. And I think that's a good goal, and I think it's achievable. It looks like our crops are going to start coming online a little bit more. What I'd like to do is actually get some crops planted over here once this gets heated up nicely, which is one of the reasons I wound up putting in a battery bank down here. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's absolutely a lot of stuff going on. These systems are all, as I've been saying for the past couple of days, on a razor's edge. We really need to keep an eye on all of the systems because they're all interlinked. Our priorities are extremely important at this point. This thing is our main source. Felix, what's going on? How's your colony going? Welcome on in. It is madness here. All right, our average output on this sumbitch is just about 1.6 kilos a second. How much does this take again? I always forget how much these take. 1 kilo a second. Okay, so if this is taking 1 kilo a second, we've got an extra half a kilo, a little over half a kilo extra as average output. Now, we don't have a buffer, so we'll build a buffer there, but we're using most of the rest of that for mush at the moment. Everybody, Linus. The entire team is named. Zed named Franz and Zed. Killer took the build digger. Sudsy's our rancher farmer. You're our operator. And Julie is our researcher. Oh, music class project. Excellent. Actually, Emily did redeem a name for our next Nisbet. Her favorite dupe is Nisbet. So Emily, if we bring on a Nisbet, that's reserved for Emily. Other than that, we don't have a queue going. I never thought we'd actually need a queue for naming, but you're reserving one? Okay. Jesus, we've got a queue going. That's crazy interesting. I don't plan... You're naming one for Sweetney. Oh, I love you, Linus. You're such a sweetheart. Guys, Linus is my longest standing friend. We met out in the wild when we were both very young adults. And we've been friends ever since. Great man. You know what? This can be open. These can be open. These do not need to be closed. I would actually like to sweep this a little bit over here. Sweepy, sweepy. Okay. Yesterday we got plumbed toilets up. So we have water positive and heat positive toilets. Yeah, go back and study, my dude. Followed since July 2020, so you have been following and been friends for a while. Yeah, Felix, we've been friends for more than half of my life, and I don't talk about my age on chat, you know, because I'm old, but suffice to say, half of my life is quite some time at this point. Let's bust open a few more doors over here. There is no need for these doors to be closed at all, so let's just kind of gradually tick open these doors. The ranch doors need to stay closed so that the animals don't escape, but we don't need to talk about that. In fact, these doors over here can even be opened because they're on the back side of the ranch and these motherfuckers can't get past it. So age is just a number, Laz. Absolutely agree. I think we're starting to get enough mealwood online that we can forego the second musher. So let's take that offline and let our people do a little bit other work. I'd like to get some stuff swept up in here. I'd like to kind of just wait on some calories and some time. What is this? This is ice. That's on a 6. Now, we've got Killer helping with the running. We've got Abe helping with stuff. We got everybody kind of doing a lot of stuff. I'm tempted to put in a third set of wheels. Or a third wheel. Do we put in a third wheel? And I think we continue doing work on stripping some stuff out. I hate to have to create natural tiles later on, so I'm trying to leave natural tiles as we go, but I'm also like, I'm just not about it down here. I think we get rid of these natural tiles down here. I want the resources, and I want to kill the cold. And I do want to be able to make this a, do want to be able to make this our water tank eventually. We might start chopping this out just to get prepared for it. Oh, the brine ice is melting. I like that. I would prefer to melt this from a solid tile. Ooh. Yeah, because the carbon dioxide that's falling from our generators is actually pulling heat down through the base. That's pretty excellent. If we can melt this ice without having to chop it out, I'd be absolutely ecstatic about that because, you know, we don't lose half the mass. I would prefer to not lose mass on our ice. I'd prefer to melt it where it sits. But we got to do what we got to do. We've already had to chop through some of the ice, right? So it is what it is. Also, let's start getting these tiles removed. We can't remove these quite just yet. We would have to move... We'd have to move this setup. And I'm okay with the idea of moving that setup, but not with the logistics of actually making it happen just yet. We're going to be spending a lot of today organizing the base. We're going to try and stabilize and organize. That really should be the... ooh, I'm going to add that. Stabilizing and organizing. That is the theme of today's play session, guys. I think we are getting to the point now that our temperature is walled in. We don't have to worry about heating up the whole goddamn map. We can just focus on heating up our base, which, you know, is taking up probably about, I would say roughly about half, maybe 55-60% of the map anyway. But as you guys can see, we're starting to get away from the hard blue. Still got hard blue where we've got natural tiles, which is kind of to be expected at this point. We do have a Bissolite, which is a perfect insulator down at the bottom of our base, so we don't have to worry about using any insulated tiles. The insulated tiles themselves are actually a little heated up over here in some of the spots, so that really doesn't matter too much. But Our hydrogen vent is online in 25 cycles. That really should give us the boost we need to our temperature. As long as we can get through the next 25 cycles, that hydrogen should get us some power and a nice temp boost. Now, our electrolyzer is definitely emitting stuff at a temperature that's... Hold on, let me pause it so we can actually look at the thing. Yeah, we got good temp up here. So, how are we going to manage temp long term? Well, if you guys remember when I started this stream, I was talking about getting a steam rocket going, right? So, I'm not going to worry too much about heating up the base, but what we are going to do as we stabilize and organize is start putting in the guts of a cooling system. And we are going to use our heat generation that already exists to shift that temperature to an aqua tuner in a chamber that has a steam pump, a steam gas pump with the aqua tuner. And what we're going to do is all the heat that we're generating to warm up our base, instead of tipping over that point, we're then going to start shifting that heat. So we'll keep our heat generators, but we're going to be using that heat to shift it to that chamber to cook that water. We're going to need to put a lot of water in there because we're going to need it for, like I said, for steam rocket or rockets, depending on how we want to do that. So that means that we'll be able to stabilize temperature. We'll be able to generate heat and then shift that heat to where we need it for our rocket program. Our rocket program is definitely going to be highly dependent on our ability to get ourselves into radiation research, but given that we have a crashed satellite, I think we can make that happen reasonably quickly. These SOBs give off a lot of radiation, which could be a major problem with the way we have our radiation set. So I think I might actually... Do we have an apothecary research just yet? We do not. We need to get an apothecary research. We need to put one of our people that has a special secondary in medicine into that because we're going to need rad pills. When we start messing with radiation research, we're going to need rad pills. Yes, Emily, still alive, have had no dupe deaths, and now we've got our base completely walled in against temp. We built some more batteries. We're starting to have some of the mealwood come back online. We've adjusted our priorities. We did have to put in wheels because we've used up most of our hydrogen, but our vent's going to come back on in 25 cycles. We're staying slow and planning on how we're going to get our rocketry program up and running. We're going to have to do a steam rocket to get to planet number 2. So, how are you doing this fine day? I'm just going to give Devin some work. We don't need that airflow tile there. That can get swapped out. Yes, and I do have the note to give you, Nisbet. And so the next 2 dupes are essentially reserved because Linus just reserved one to give to Sweetney. And Emily's got Nisbet reserved if we get a Nisbet. If you decide you want another dupe, Emily, let me know. We're probably not going to go too far past... Oh, you are? Yes. Only one more till the weekend. I feel you. Well, I understand. Ever since I started streaming full-time, I don't mind... I'm not even going to say I don't mind the week. I love weekdays. I get excited for Mondays. I actually don't like my weekends anymore in the sense that I would prefer to be streaming. I take Sunday off. Usually I even stream on Saturday now. I was talking to Squiddy the other day about possibly doing a co-stream on Saturday, which we are also doing a co-stream with Julie on Fridays. We're getting more into being social on the channel. We're streaming Stardew Valley with Julie. I've never played Stardew, so it's been an interesting thing to give it a shot. But lately I've kind of flip-flopped. I prefer the weekdays to the weekend now because I get to stream. Like I love my day job, so to speak. Well, you know, I remember yesterday when this top layer was about 160 kilos, so we're getting positive on water ever since we got this thing back online, which is good. We're not processing fast enough because our engineers are basically running. Yeah, I feel like with the way this is going to work, we're going to be on mealwood for quite some time. I might start having the pips plant down here. We're going to need one of these bad boys, but I don't want to start actually taming them yet. So if we plan on that... We don't have molding researched yet, which is good for managing the pips. Let's put Julie to work on that, because it only requires novice research. We can afford the dirt, we just can't afford advanced research to get into, because we got to spend water on that. Get that out of there before the pips replant it. Jackasses. Yeah, but Emily, if you need to talk about your day, we're here. We're ears. We're here to listen. We're here to help. Man, being able to get Julie back on research is already making me real happy. See, one of our problems is that these tiles are holding too much. Oh, good. We're here for a good time, but thanks. Okay. Yeah. If you ever need to talk or anything, you know, we're here. You know that I always value community and taking care of each other. That's like my main jam, you know? I mean, we're here for the games. You know, the cliche is, we come for the games, we stay for the community, right? And we are slowly but surely getting organized here. Aw. Thank you, Barb. Hydrate. I'm on it. Barb, you'll be proud of me. I went and got food and beverages before stream instead of starting early. Ah, delicious. Yeah, it was delicious. So what I did is I got a bunch of hummus, I got some Triscuits, some sliced deli turkey, and some Swiss cheese, and did like a, you know, stacky, scoopy deal. It was delicious. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, we're gonna do a bit of cleanup here today, guys. We're gonna get this place organized. We're gonna get it nice and tight. Food? Give me some food. Steel. No way I'm saying no to steel. No way I'm saying no to steel. It doesn't even matter what the dupe is. Could have been a god dupe. I'm not saying no to a free 100 kilos of steel. Or, yeah, 100 kilos of steel. Oh, yeah, I love hummus. It's a real nice, just like, you know, grab and go type of thing. You can dip just about anything in it and have a good time. So yeah, as per usual with my colony builders, especially early game, we're just going to take it nice and slow. Oh, we got an achievement. I'm usually not about the achievements, but what did we happen to get? Turn of century. Reach 100 cycles with at least one living duplicate. Well, we've got 6 and we haven't gotten anything killed yet, anybody killed yet, so I'll take that as a double win. All right, that gets us what we need to start playing games with these guys. So if we take crown molding, we can stop them from building in certain spots. So let's say we put the grooming station there, right? Then we're going to put that there and there and there so that we can space out our arbor trees as we put them down here, right? And then we're going to have to put them here and here so they don't build here, right? Now what we want to do is arbor acorns. The reason I haven't prioritized this is it's still too cold for them to grow there. So we're going to move these down here. Now, we can uproot some of the trees. We cannot uproot this one because this one here, that's part of our nature reserve. Same thing with this guy here. We don't need to move those, though. I think we've uprooted all of the other arbor trees on the map. So we just need to get that going. Is that melting polluted? We got brine up there. Not sure what's going down there, but... Oh, it's brine. Excellent. Some of our brine is melting. We are going to mop this rather than trying to use it for, God, I love seeing ice melt. I know that sounds like, oh, why would you care? It's like, you know, not that amazing of a thing, but seeing ice melt on a frozen map just feels real good. I do gotta say. Now, they're going to deliver to these, but they'll never actually build them. So when we cancel them, no problem. But now that we got the arbor acorns coming in here, they're going to start planting the arbor acorns. Now... once we get off of mush bars, what I'd like to do is repurpose this tiny area up here. What we're going to probably do is set up our research somewhere up in here or over here. We might have to capture some more area, but I would like to get a central storage going as well. So there is that. Zed, welcome on in. Let's do a shout out for Zed. Shout out Zed 3900. Thank you again yesterday for those that sub and those cheers and all that, Zed. I really appreciate it. As I always say, monetary support is never required, but always appreciated. And you did such a nice thing for me. I appreciate you, guys. Go check out Zed. Zed is also a variety streamer who loves Oxygen Not Included. We kind of distracted him from actually doing his job yesterday. So I hope you were able to get some work done, Zed. I promise I will try to be just as distracting today. So you know. If you need to get work done, I won't be upset if you tune out a little bit. Totally understand, right? Two, three, four, five, six, seven. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here always. I appreciate it a lot. We can try to pump some of this onto the line, I think. No, not really, actually. Never mind, never mind. We can't pump that onto the line. We need a different line. You know what we could do? You know what we could do, guys? Let's commandeer this bit. And just do that. That we could do. There we go. Nether does an amazing job at distracting you from anything else. Oh, thank you. I will take that as a massive compliment. By the way, guys, I think our sub bar might be a little wonky, so I apologize if everything's not registered. I feel like there should be at least 2 more on the goal, but I mean, the goal is not important. It's, you know, it's the spirit of everything anyway, so if it's not displaying, I apologize. If anybody does remember the numbers or feels like going back and looking at the streams or something like that, I'll be happy to update it. But my brain has no idea what's going on, so... I feel like we were at 2 and we got hit with 3 yesterday, so I feel like it should be at least 5, so I'll update that. Maybe I'll actually just swap it out for a more reasonable goal. Maybe put it as like a 10 goal or something like that. I do want to move this pump eventually down to this little spot here, but not until Devin digs out stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to have Devin dig out stuff that's not ice in the interest of getting rid of some stuff that we don't need in our lives here. I don't know the numbers either. I was too distracted by you. Aw. I already got distracted. The mantra of our server. Okay, so... we're going to have to get rid of some of these crown moldings to let these grow. Let's not worry about that until they start growing more. I got to pay a little bit more attention to calories because we made some changes and I got to keep on top of it. But I think we're doing all right with 1 musher. Little scary. 3 people sleeping, 1 eating, 1 in the bathroom. I'm gonna bring the other musher back online. Oh, no shit. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. We should be making lice loaf. That's an increase to calories. So... God, what an idiot I am sometimes. Alright, we're down to 600 calories, but everybody should be waking up to cook. We've got a couple of hatches we can sacrifice. Shouldn't have taken that second musher offline. Try to sleep a bit. I'll be home in around an hour. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. Alright, sounds good, Barb. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would theoretically start ranching the pips, but they're going to starve because these things can't come online just yet. They need 15 to 40 body temperature, so we really got to get the temp up before we can start letting that happen. Alright, I gotta do something real quick here. I know it sounds insane, but we need more mushers. Not because we need more mushers in general, but because we need to be able to set some priorities here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set the lice loaf ones to a 6, the grill to a 7, and the mushers to a 5. That way we're always grilling first to get the get everything to get the mush fry up. And then we're mushing second in case we have lice loaf to make. And that should mean that we have our calories higher up the chain. Now let me double check something. Lice loaf goes from 12 to 17. It's an extra 500. Mush fry goes from 8 to 10. So actually, we'll put the grill at a 6 and the lice loafers at a 7. Yeah. The lice loaf is definitely a higher calorie gain. The things you learn, right? The things you learn. Calories are looking dodgy at the moment. Alright, let's change Sudsy's priorities here. I need you to cook. Because we are way short on calories here. How old are you? 53. How old are you? 53. How old are you? 43. Alright, now people will lice loaf first. Which costs us less water and gets us more calories. God, something I should have considered way earlier. The things you learn when you're doing hard mode shit. Probably gonna have to kill one of these extra hatches here. Hey, bud, you've lived a good life. Actually, Julie's mushing pretty hard. We're mushing and frying, mushing and frying. Can we hit our calorie count? I will emergency murder a hatch for an extra 1,600 calories or so, if absolutely necessary. But we're almost at 6, which is halfway to where we need. God, that lice loaf, that was so dumb that I wasn't on that already. So dumb that I wasn't on that. We're learning things, guys. We're learning things. We're definitely learning things. I would like to. Well, yeah, I would like to top off. No. Let's play it a little closer. I was gonna say I'd like to top off our oxygen. No, it's past halfway. Let's top her off. Oh, no. That pipe cracked. We can't have that. Lice loaf, guys. Lice loaf. Not that we have any freaking meal lice online. It's all going the wrong direction, and I don't know why. I think that brine ice that melted and fell through our base dragged some cold down through, and that's a problem. Man, it is just watching calories and water. The temptation is to speed it up, but when you're this close to the wire, it's like, man, that is dangerous. feel like we barely got through that day on calories. Smooth hatchling? No. Your dinner, Budsky. Your dinner. I do not want smooth hatches. I do not want sage hatches. Maybe sage hatches. Maybe sage hatches to get rid of polluted dirt. Turn it into, yeah, we got 8.3 tons of, we'll see. We might do a sage hatch farm. I could see that being a thing. But smooth hatches, I'm not trying to refine metal at losing mass. We have plenty of heat to deal with, so, or cold, or whatever the case may be. Damn, those things have a lot of freaking health. And you know what we could do? Let's get an egg cracker down, because I see a regular hatchling egg. We don't want regular hatchlings. Well, I guess I won't have such spectacular day anymore. My father literally lectured me about the same thing when he came home. I'm sorry, Felix. I'm really sorry. Now he will be mad of it the rest of the day. That sucks. I'm sorry. Alright, the meat's gonna get cooked in the barbecue. That's gonna be nice. Okay, hatchling eggs forever. Smooth hatchling eggs forever. Forever. Shine nymph eggs forever. Put that as a 7 as well. Get to cracking, please. And that should mean that omelets will get added on here, but we gotta crack an egg before we can get an omelet going here. And let's make sure they're not eating raw egg. Oh, thank you, Felix. That's very sweet. You will, yeah, you will always have me. Everybody here will always have me. I'm happy to be part of the community. Actually, let's take that off because these guys will age out, and I'd like their meat, in theory. We want the hatch eggs to be pulled out of here, but not pulled out of here, if that makes any sense. I just finished with my music project and now I just need to send it to my teacher. Awesome. I did music most of my life. Big fan of music. I suppose we could also try to get incubators up. I've never messed with the timer, but... my jam. More into the wonders of science. Nice. I like music and science. They actually have a lot of overlap. Music theory is all about the science of sound. A lot of people take it as like the rules of music, but actually it's more about understanding how the wavelengths of music make the tones they do. Harmonic resonance is based on a logarithmic equation of how sound is generated. The science of sound is actually pretty phenomenal. I feel like we are really just watching and waiting on timers at this point quite a bit. And they're getting dicey. This is not good over here. This is really not good. Alright, we need to cancel the sweeping. We need to mop at a high level. We need all of that stuff mopped and into the, Don't care, so let's move there. Let's start mopping. Alright, Killer, I need you moving stuff. Alright, this is getting chaotic. I'm lurking around, but thanks for the 2 shout-outs. Thank you, yeah, of course, Killer. Happy to help. You know, the wonderful thing about when people get mad is they almost always get over it rather quickly. Yeah. Anger is a very fleeting emotion. Please be some food. Of course. Yeah, let's get everything mopped and into the water tank. Linus, why are you not... How are you not operating this? Oh, because it's flooded. That's why we're not getting water, is because that thing has been flooded. Now Linus can operate. Which, one little kink in the system, you know? Get all of this mopped now. Hey, man, may I ask what you're working on right now? Oh, Bohab. Working on living. We started this a few days ago. This is day 4. We are on a frozen forest with all of the difficulty sliders cranked all the way up. So literally we're just working on trying to get enough heat going to get our mealwood going and keeping enough water flowing. This is our entire water supply at the moment. We're trying to get the cold water to go through our refinery so it can be warm enough to go into our system and get filtered and go back into our system. So our refinery was flooded, so none of this water was coming through and getting heated up. Never done max difficulty before. Don't have a lot of experience with cold maps, so this has just been a challenge left, right, and center. Didn't realize that my refinery was flooded from melting ice up here. And because of that, we weren't pushing water through from the ice-cold water up here. If we put a negative 11-degree water through our filtration system and it comes out as regular water, it'll instantly freeze and break the pipes, and that'll be a problem. So need that online. Last stream, which was yesterday, we worked on insulating in the base so that our temperature can actually start being built up in here. We added extra battery banks for heat generation. Our electrolyzer's doing a lot of heat generation, but the problem has been that the ice that wound up here, which I haven't actually had time to move, which is probably a good idea. Is there ice or is it brine ice? I think it's all brine ice. Yeah, it is definitely a handful. Every time we bring on a new dupe, it's like, are we going to have enough food to feed them? But we need the extra hands, you know? Okay, what about polluted ice? On the map right now, we have 0 kilos. Okay, so whatever was up here has already melted. We don't have to worry too much about it. Small thing, but I believe small batteries make more heat. Might be wrong. I'm pretty sure that small batteries and jumbo batteries are the same heat. I remember when I first started, you know, on a normal map, and I was worried about upgrading to jumbo batteries, and someone was like, "Don't worry about upgrading to jumbo batteries. They're the exact same heat as small batteries. It's one of the few upgrades that don't up the amount of heat." So we can double check though. Because if that's so, we're going to slap down a bunch of batteries. So these produce 1.25. These produce 1.25. Same heat production. Maybe in the sense that we could fit 2 small batteries in the same space as the big batteries. That might be something to consider right there. Kind of either way at the time, we need our builder working on moving and cleaning. If that doubles it, that might be huge, but I'm not sure if it works. Yeah, I'm not sure if it works that way either, but you got me thinking now. Thank you for that. I always appreciate people throwing stuff out there. Literally, I totally slept on the fact that you could make lice loaf. I almost never use mushers because on non-frozen maps, they're not really essential. And I was like, oh, well, we don't need to pickle the meal because if we pickle the meal, it doesn't get us any extra calories, as Julie pointed out yesterday. But then I was looking at the mushers trying to work on my priorities so we got as much food produced as possible. And I was like, shit, lice loaf takes less water than mush bars and gets us considerably more calories for converting it. So we just started doing lice loaf today. We need 12,000 calories per cycle in order to keep these 6 guys alive because of the max difficulty settings. So it's been one heck of a ride trying to keep this going correctly. Right now I was panic mopping the whole map, both to get this thing to stop being flooded as well as getting all of the stuff that randomly scattered around the map bottle emptied into here. We've basically got a mixed tank here that's pumping into a desalinator and a sieve in order. And that pumps out through our carbon skimmer that's here, which is not essential, and then loops back around so we keep the water rotating so it doesn't freeze in the pipes. One jumbo bat stores 40 kilojoules, and one normal bat stores 10 kilojoules. Yeah, but Felix, do they produce heat? We're not as concerned with how much power they store as we are with how much heat they put off. Like, does the extra kilojoules mean a multiplier for heat? Or is it the amount of space they take up that multiplies the heat? Because if we could double our heat output by putting, you know, we have what, like 1, 2, 3, 4. If for every 1 jumbo we put down 2 small because of the space, do we double our heat production in these banks? Is what Bohab is bringing to the table, and I like the way the thinking works. I'm just not sure. Like I said, though, either way, we kind of need our builder doing a few other things at the moment, but we could try that try that out. Like, does that matter by mass? Kind of feeling like Bohob might be right on this one. At the very least, we could slap a few down and see what results we get. Let me try to check that while you get things. Yes, thank you, Bohob. If you could check that, I would be eternally grateful. Coming in first time chatter, being super helpful. Thank you so much with that. Really, really appreciate that. Okay, so the next dupe, well, the next two dupes are reserved with the caveat that Emily is waiting for a Nisbet. The following one, Linus, redeemed points to name after Sweetney. Two wonderful people in our world, Linus and Sweetney. I mention all the time that Linus is the longest standing friend I have. Despite 5 times runoff, 2.5 times heat output, and lack of automation connection, Dumbo batteries are not fully outclassed by smart batteries, as they require no refined metals and can be automated by a combination of timers and transformer-based gates. What I found linking... Yeah, but we're not trying to compare jumbos versus smarts. We're trying to compare jumbos versus smalls. Because small batteries and jumbo batteries output the same heat, but you can fit twice as many small batteries in the same amount of space because they're only a 1-tile wide battery. They don't hold as much power, but we're using batteries for heat, not for power. If that makes sense, Felix. We don't need massive battery banks like this. We really need the power more than we need the heat more than anything. Let's enable these buildings again now that I know what the problem was with our priorities. Yeah, yeah. This being flooded for so long really kind of put a panic on me. Our water is looking more like it should look for what we've been doing lately. Our calories, on the other hand, are getting a little out of whack here. Let's get our priorities back with that. Let's put cooking back up on suds. And tidying back down. Who's our main tidier? Oh, Suds is our main tidier. Farming and ranching are ahead of it. Cooking is next on the list. Okay. That's right. Julie researches, then cooks. We have no research selected, so she should be cooking. Linus is legit operating, then helping haul, supply, and tidy. That's good. Zed is cooking always. Farming second. Never ranching. Let's get you down-ticked on building. Toggling life support can go down. Same thing on attacking. Now we'll leave that. We never have attacking. Thing when I change it. Yeah. That's interesting. I wonder, and I'm honestly not sure how we would test that. So if Bohob is testing that, then I appreciate that a lot, Bohob. Zed is continuing to cook. Man, it really is just keeping an eye on staying alive right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, let's keep Killer on cleanup for now. No, let's get him back on building. Cleanup second. cooking second, then everything else. Farming, operating, down. I'll wait for a Nisbet. All other dupes are free to name. Okay, thank you, Emily. Hey, Emily, do you know about heat production with batteries? Like, small batteries output the same amount of heat as jumbo batteries. So do we double up our heat production if we put small batteries since they're in a smaller space? Or is it also based on how much they store? Like, these store 4 times as much as these do, even though they only take double space. Any thoughts on that? Higher loss, less storage, more heat. I think I'm more concerned... it's a double-edged sword. We'll throw a couple down to help. So far, this is what I found. 375 DTUs per watt for jumbo, 750 DTUs per watt for small batteries based on self-discharge rate. Oh, the discharge rate is what causes heat. So the small batteries actually do produce more heat, but we lose power a lot quickly. So it's a balance. As everything else on this freaking map is a balance. We really don't want the heat bleed because we're still currently forcing people to run on hamster wheels because we're not getting enough hydrogen. But once the hydrogen geyser comes back online, it might actually be more efficient to run small batteries as far as heat production goes. Loss equals heat. That was the missing piece of the equation. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, Bohob said that, not Linus. Sorry, Bohob. Yes. I don't know why I thought you were Linus. I do that all the time, and I apologize. My brain sees colors before it sees letters. So if somebody has the same name, like if Killer and Emily talk real close to each other because they both have green names, I will screw up who's who. And I think Linus has an orange name today, so I apologize, Bohob. Thank you so much for looking that up. I don't know why. I do know why, because my brain sees colors first for some reason. It's like I just flash over and I see a color and I don't read fully before my attention goes back to the screen. God, I feel like an asshole now. Appreciate you looking that up. Loss equals heat. Okay. So we have to balance whether we want power loss or heat production. Ah, transformers. Interesting. All right, see you soon, Felix. I feel like our toilets are putting in work heating stuff up. That's why these lines are nicely between our toilets and our... Man, I feel like a few strategically placed... Hang on. I think a few strategically placed radiant pipes might help our problem. We don't have radiant pipes researched yet. Never mind. If you really want heat, go for the tepidizer. It's expensive but crazy effective. Can't afford it power-wise, Sam. When we get the hydrogen vent up and running, we could theoretically use a tepidizer, but we also have to research it. But yeah, I thought about that. Like, power-wise, we would have to put in a transformer for it by itself, which isn't necessarily something I'd be against. We'd have to get the power over there. Shouldn't be too hard. I feel like we're not in the worst situation here, but... We need to be off water-based foods real fast. Right now, we kind of need Julie cooking is one of the problems. Like, I'd love to get bang out a few more pieces of research, and I feel like we're not doing too horrible on water. Now that I've fixed the problem with this thing flooding, our tank is filling up a little bit, but we've only got another 29.7 cycles on this bad boy. So you could have it on a timer, 1 second on, 10 seconds off. Still very effective when looking at heat per watt. Interesting. I think we might do that. As soon as we can spare some research time, we might go into tepidizers then. I'm trying to get ahead of calories. Like, basically that's been our game, is grind calories until we have a little bit of extra, then put Julie on research. Grind calories till we have a little extra, put Julie on research. Julie just keeps getting swapped back and forth between cooking and researching. So, brainiac who loves food. Gotta love it. What we could do is shift our ladder system to prep for it. I believe tepidizers are 5 wide, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could fit one right down here if we move our ladders over. Okay, I like everybody's thinking process. 4 wide. Okay. Okay, I like the thought process here. We could also slap in an OR gate, so we check the temp on our water, and if it's below a certain amount, and the timer is giving us a green signal, an AND gate, sorry. Yeah, so we'll have to research AND gates, tepidizers, and timers. Those go on a priority list right here, as well as radiant pipes, so we can actually shift the heat where we want it to go. And then we may want to reroute some heat as well once we get the radiant pipes. I love how much of a puzzle this game is. It's a shifting puzzle, and it's just freaking fun. I can't wait till we have enough warmth for those arbor trees to actually grow, because once we get some lumber, I'm definitely going into ethanol distilleries. They put out a fuck ton of heat, and that gives us something we can either use as liquid blocks, or we can use it in petroleum generator to get a substantial amount of power, and get us some heat, and get us some polluted water. God, I would love to get a freaking ethanol distillery and petroleum generator going. That would just be freaking amazing. Now I have a question. Do we have any hot metals? I've played 400 hours with this game, and it still is new every single time. It amazes me. Yeah, Bohob, what am I up to on this SOB? Where is my Steam? Do I not have Steam open? I have something like 1,100 or 1,200 hours in this game, Bohob, and I still, like I said, first time max difficulty, first time really putting time into a frozen map, so... and that's why we're playing on 1x speed. If this were a normal map, or we were on regular difficulty, I'd probably be on 2x, 3x right now, just speeding through. But I would say I don't know why I took this challenge on, but we were ending a long-term playthrough. I don't know if you were here for... You said first-time chatter, so probably not. What the hell just happened? I think my game just crashed, everybody. I hope we don't lose too much progress on that. I was just like, where is Steam? And I was like, wait, how is this game even running without Steam? And then it crashed. So, yay! So, Bohob, I have 400 hours just in my last stream world. We did everything. We opened the tear, we built a monument, we had a petroleum boiler, we built a desalinization plant with a volcano, we built a nuclear reactor. We did so many things. Now we got to see where we were and how much progress we lost. Doesn't look like too much progress. I'm hoping our priorities are still booped. Yeah, so I completed the tutorial, absolutely. You could stand to be a little bit smarter. You're doing a lot of machinery, but it's all running, right? Yeah, Abe is essentially in the gym. He's running a lot. That's basically his main jam. Linus, I can't really warrant putting any more points into him just yet. I like having a little bit more of a buffer. Suds does wind up building things occasionally and has a love for construction. Zed's sustainability. I'd like him to have more athletics to get around the map. Killer's got such good passions. Improved carry too there. I think Linus and Suds are going to stay... Well, we'll give Suds 2. Occasionally, she does wind up building stuff. That's awesome. I am not even close to nuclear. Just getting self-sufficient is hard for me and spaced out. Yeah, I hear you. 100% hear you on that. The nuclear reactor was one hell of a thing. I didn't design it myself. I watched Francis John's video. We're all the way back to where we hadn't built the small batteries yet. Let me check something real quick. Auto saves every cycle. Okay, I thought I had turned this down, but as long as we're saving every cycle... Had we changed anything other than that? I feel like we had it just running. So we'll just let it keep running. Francis John has a lot of cool stuff. I love it. Always amazes me. Yeah, absolutely. I learned a lot from the way he plays. Obviously, no one's going to play the same as Francis. Nobody's going to play the same as each other. I think everybody who plays the game has a little bit something different going on. But watching Francis, you learn a lot. Although, as far as, like, super beginner stuff, I feel like he's a little bit more advanced in a lot of the stuff he does, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't start at the beginning with his explanations. He starts at, like, that second or third step with, you know, the assumption that you have basic knowledge of the game first, which I like. I actually had no intention of playing this game, right? I found Francis because I was hard into RimWorld. Still am. Got a long-term playthrough going in that game. I think I have 100 or 200 more hours in RimWorld than I do in this. Like, I think this is 11 or 12, and RimWorld is like 13 or 14. I think RimWorld's about 13, approaching 14 gradually. And I had watched so much RimWorld content, and I was like, well, who's this guy? Francis seems to be doing... And I found a few of his RimWorld tutorials, and I was like, damn, this guy knows his shit. And so I watched all of his RimWorld material, and then one day I was like, man, I need something. I've watched all the content by all the creators I know. I've watched all the Minecraft stuff I'm up to date on with all my favorite creators. I'm up to date with Adam versus Everything's RimWorld stuff. Like, what do I watch? And I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to like this game, Oxygen Not Included, but I love Francis's voice. Let me just put him on in the background. And I watched hundreds of hours of his stuff, like all of his Ani stuff, while I was just messing with other games and shit. And the whole time I was like, I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it. You know, if I play it, I'm just going to copy Francis. And, like, why bother playing a game if you're going to play it the exact same way as somebody else? Like, just, I'm not going to play it, right? And then it went on sale. It was $14 for both the core and the DLC. And I was like, man, that's a good deal. And I was still like, don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't do it. Don't do it. You don't need to do it. And then I get online, and I talked about the game a lot, talked about watching Francis, and my friends, Producer Moo and Taco, they haven't been in chat as much because they've been real busy with adult stuff, but they're always lurking out there. I appreciate you guys if you're listening. And they were like, Nether, the sale ends tomorrow, and we both bought it. And I was like, oh, you both bought it? They're like, well, you have been talking about it. Other creators we've been watching have been talking about it. And I mean, it's super cheap right now. And I was like, fuck. If I wind up wanting to play it and I don't buy it now, I'm going to regret it. So I bought it. And I was like, even after I bought it, I was like, do I play it? I could just let it hang in my library. And then as soon as I cracked the seal, it was over. As soon as I started playing, it was like, well, might as well have stuck a needle of heroin in my arm because I am hard addicted now. So that's where we're at with the game. And immediately did the same thing I did with RimWorld and just slammed hours into it. Just slammed tons of hours into it. Yeah, if it gets you hooked, it's over. Same thing with RimWorld for me. I don't know if you play RimWorld, but it's another colony builder. Instead of being side view, it's like top down. It kind of plays almost like a mix of a tactics game and an RTS, but from the colony builder perspective. And much like we're doing like max difficulty on this run, I kind of do the accepted max difficulty on RimWorld. You put it on the top difficulty, then you open up the custom thing, and instead of like hunger and stuff, you crank up threat scaling. So the hardest vanilla difficulty adjusts a few things in the sliders, but the main thing that people look at for harder modes is a threat scaling, which on that vanilla hard difficulty is 220%, and I turn it all the way up to 500, which is as high as that slider goes. If you look for RimWorld playthroughs and you see someone say 500%, it means they set it to losing is fun and then crank the threat up to 500, and that's how I've been playing. And what I've been doing is a 500% all endings mode. There's all endings playthrough. There's 4 different endings, and I've done 3 of them already, which was fucking insane, and I'm working on the 4th one. Fingers crossed we're going to finish that Monday or Tuesday. Welcome back, Felix. So same thing with that guy. And then I've already got a plan, because in that game there's a lot of stuff. I have looked at RimWorld but never got the courage to start it. I just can't imagine anything better for me than Ani. I'm addicted to both. They're both very different, and when you play both of them, you start to get the feeling like, oh, I wish Ani had this, or I wish RimWorld had this. Like, in RimWorld, you can set these, like, let's say these are your buildings, right? You can go into your building and say, only allow this colonist to do it. Like, I could say, only Zed can use this, by recipe. I could say, only Zed can make lice loaf, and only Julie can make mush bars, and no one else will use this, right? You can also set skill level, like, only people of a skill level of 5 can make lice loaf. You know, that type of thing. And so I'd love that on Ani. Another one is, on RimWorld, you can click on someone, and you could say, Julie, and then you right-click here and say, go to the composter, and Julie will go right to the composter and start working on it. So you can micro like that. But then on RimWorld, you can't really set building priorities. So like if you have 2 tailoring benches, they're going to have equal priority. So unless you go in and micro the individual recipes, you can't decide which bench they're going to go to. Or if your tailor is also smithing, they will make the determination whether they're going to go tailor or smith based on the interior priorities. So there's certain things that I wish RimWorld had that Ani had, and vice versa. So I'd say they both have their own charm. The thing about RimWorld is, though, there's no combat, or that there is combat. Sorry, I got that backwards. I feel like Ani is very much more like, if you screw up, it's on you. You know, like, the level is laid out for you. There's nobody throwing raids at you. It's not like all of a sudden our colony is stable and then aliens land and start shooting our people and you got to worry about combat, because then after the combat you're totally fucked and can't get your colony back on board. But in RimWorld, it's not as hard to get your colony stabilized. If you don't have raids coming in, RimWorld, as far as building the colony itself, getting the resources and the temperature under control, is way easier than Ani. So it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other situation. What type of threat do you want to deal with? Do you want to deal with your own stupidity, Ani? Or do you want to deal with the chaos of a storyteller hitting you with raids in RimWorld? So it's kind of similar but very different all at the same time. But I love both of them, and I love playing on hard mode on both of them. We need more heat. We need more heat. Oh, that tepidizer thing we were doing, making space for the tepidizer, didn't get done yet in this version, in this save. Let's say we did put in a tepidizer, right? Let's say we put in a tepidizer. Where would we put the transformer? Where, I mean, we could upgrade our wires. We'd still need another transformer. My thought is to put one up here and kind of shift wire priorities, and then use this one to just come down to our tank down here. I think that might be the jam. I think we prep for a tepidizer, because when we get our hydrogen back online, we'll be able to afford a little temperature. Right, might as well get there. Yeah. That's what Emily was saying. We might start spamming transformers. Alright, let me hit save because that crash concerned me. And welcome in, me. I'm not that into fighting, that's why I didn't start RimWorld. I like the chill environment of Ani, and I'm just obsessed with automation, even learning to be a mechatronics engineer, so this game is just perfect for me. Does RimWorld have automation in it? No. Yeah, if you're into automation and logistics, RimWorld is definitely not the game. I do love that about this game, because I also play games like Satisfactory. Never got into Factorio. Tried the demo, didn't really jive with me. There are a few mods that people suggested, like, well, if you're not into it for reason XYZ, if you use this mod, you'd probably like it. So I might give it another run. Like, if it goes on sale or something, I might pick it up and try some modding. But I love Satisfactory. And if you see my 400-hour stream world, I automated the whole goddamn thing. Like, designed a really badass central storage, moved the entire map's resources to one point for distribution to the entire map. Everything I could automate was automated in that world. It was freaking amazing. I loved it. I love automation. So, yeah. I'm also not usually a combat guy. I don't play FPS games at all. I don't mind playing FP games, like first-person perspective, but that shooter part at the end, the S in FPS, I can't stand it. Like, I don't do that. But I do play games like League of Legends. If I want to get my competitive nature on, which is a very small, like, minuscule piece of my personality, I get my competitive nature in on games like League of Legends. I cannot hit the broadside of a barn in an FPS. But I will play games like Ark Survival Evolved because I don't play PvP in Ark. I have 7,000 hours in Ark-ish, give or take a couple hundred. Probably less if you don't count AFK time and like falling asleep in front of the freaking computer and PlayStation. But between my PlayStation and my Steam, I've got almost 7,000 hours in that game. And I play it more like Pokemon. It's more like collecting every cool dinosaur and all the best colors for me. I love breeding and stuff like that. Deep Rock Galactic is the only FPS I play anymore. You know, I tried Deep Rock Galactic. Squiddy bought it for me, actually, as a gift. And I played it for like an hour and a half, just shy of 2 hours. And I was like, I like the concept, and I think I would enjoy watching other people play it, but I didn't enjoy it personally. I can see the appeal, but it's still too much of a shooter for me. I do like the cartoony nature of it. I do like that it's fantasy-based and stuff like that, but I actually wound up refunding the game for them because I felt bad. Thank you for following, Bohab. I appreciate that. Oh, and Nightbot put up my YouTube and Discord. No obligation to join that. But, you know, if you feel like it, I post every time I go live. This is actually our monthly community seed. Every month on the first of the month, we pick a seed. I will always ask the community for suggestions and what they want to try, and I put it up the first of the month, and we play for the month. Yeah, obviously, some people wind up continuing with the seed. Last month, I really didn't get to put any time into it, and since I decided to retire my long-term stream-only world, I thought it would be nice to start doing the monthly community seeds on my streams. So that's what we're doing this month and what I'll be doing for the foreseeable future. FYI, Factorio devs have said it will never go on sale. Never go on sale. Well, I'll put it this way. If anybody buys it for me for a gift, you know, for my birthday or Christmas, I will put time into it because of that, but I don't think I'll ever spend money on it myself. Price only goes up. Probably means I'll never play it, to be honest with you. Okay, I'm going to let this run for another cycle or two on the calorie grind, and then we'll take Julie off of calories and get her onto research. Don't own it yourself? Alright, cool. Satisfactory, I want to do a playthrough of Satisfactory when they get to Update 8. I forget... I think when I was playing with Bass, and I know when I was playing with him and Squiddy, we were on Update 7, and then I updated to the experimental branch and never actually played on it. It's still updated to the experimental branch. I think when Update 8 finally releases, I might do a playthrough of Satisfactory. And I don't think I'll actually go the distance with it all the way to the last space elevator part, but I'd like to do a single-player playthrough because I always, when I play multiplayer, I tend to get stuck in the early game because everybody else who's played it that I'm playing with just kind of goes off and does that, and I always feel like I'm chasing progress, trying to keep up what I've already done. So I'd like to slow down a little bit and do a full-on like solo playthrough of that game. So when Update 8 finally releases, we might add that into the stream rotation. Once we finish the current RimWorld playthrough, like what I said, fingers crossed, Monday or Tuesday, I think if I start early and maybe go a little late on Monday, we could finish the RimWorld playthrough. And if that's the case, we're going to dedicate the rest of the time this month that we have Monday through Thursday to this Ani world. But then after this month, we're going to reassess what we're doing. My question is, how do people play game with like 3 screen? What do you mean? I have 4 monitors. I have one up there, I have my main game here, I have chat here, and then I have this one, which I never turn on because it's basically for movies when I lay in bed. Spoiler, I don't ever turn it on. I'm always at my computer, like at the desk. I really should actually sit in my bed and watch movies and stuff sometimes. Oh, you mean the game is split between two screens? I don't put my game on two screens. I have a nice curved monitor. It's a 32-inch MSI curved, and I always play on that monitor. Chat's on a separate monitor, and then Discord and lighting are up on my top screen up there. That's a TV, though. But yeah, I can't imagine splitting a game between two screens. That like line in the middle where they split would just drive me bonkers. Killer got an athletics boost. Good. Do we want to put Linus into anything else? I mean, the only thing I would want to put Linus into is suit wearing, and I don't feel like we have, like, even getting to suit sustainability training, we can't make Atmos suits currently because we don't have reed fiber. The athletics boost would be good, but is it worth the risk to the morale? You know what? We'll wait until he has 2 points and make the determination then. God, I want plastic. Just keeping an eye on calories and water level has been so much of a challenge. Again, I'm sorry if I'm playing too slow for everybody. I've got too much that I'm watching, and my brain is just not... No, I mean, I have two computers. One is for streams and one is for game. And the stream computer is making my eyes say that there are too many UV lights at once and wanting to close one screen down. Felix, did you check your frame rate? If your screens are operating at different refresh rate is what I mean, that can do it to some people. Like, this monitor in front of me is 144 and this one is 60. So I can kind of see what you're saying. Also, until I got proper glasses, my eyes got fucked up playing games all day long. Sand. I'm not willing to try and take on another dupe, even if... none of these I would want anyway, but even if I did, I'm not willing to take them on. I think driving games might be good with 3 monitors, so the split in it... your peripheral... and yeah, I could see that, Bohab. Because, like, the left and right screen would almost be like looking out the windows, because when you're driving a car, there's a split there anyway between the windows. I could see that being a thing. I mean, the 2 laptops, one is right in the corner of my eye, and it's literally blurring my far right side of my right eye. Yeah, you might want to adjust your screen position then. I mean, I don't have any tried and true methods for dealing with it, but... I'm gonna hook up that transformer. Yeah, you might want to work on game frame rates and stuff like that. You might want to work on refresh rates on your monitor, linking them up. You might also want to... because, like, what was killing me before I got my glasses, I don't need these to see close, but if I look up at that monitor, it's just far enough away. Lazy Moofle, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Vid, did you guide this raid over here? Let's do a shout out for everybody. Shout out to Lazy Moofle for coming on in, and we'll use our other shout out so it's not on a timer for Call Me Vid. Guys, go check out Vid and go check out Moo. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. We're playing max difficulty Frozen Forest. It is the 4th stream we're doing it. Hide the oxygen. Yeah. The oxygen we're actually doing all right on. It's the food that's we gotta hide. Dear God. How long till we get our hydrogen vent back online? 18.2 cycles. For everybody coming in, I'm playing real slow because it's my first time max difficulty, and I have very, very minuscule amount of practice on frozen maps. So to take on both at the same time has been difficult, to say the least. Whatever gave you the idea, I would try to guide a raid. Oh, because you're a sweet, wonderful man, despite your efforts to prove otherwise. I see you over there, my dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Lazy, were you playing? Oh, you know what? Let me make sure to give Lazy a follow. Guys, make sure to give Lazy a follow. I'm going to click over here and click follow now, because when I try to remember for later, I never do. So, guys, make sure to show some love to our fellow streamers over here. We all work hard to keep everybody entertained, so try to help support where I can. So, yeah, thank you for following, Lazy. Much, much appreciated. How was your stream? Did you get some stuff done? I'm guessing you were playing Ani, but... Oh, yeah, yeah. We got to stick together, right? We all got to stick together. So, I'm Nethercloud, for anybody coming in. I stream noon to 6, Monday to Friday, guaranteed, and almost always stream noon to 6 on Saturday. Occasionally, I start early and go late, because I'm addicted to video games. I play RimWorld, Oxygen Not Included, and Minecraft pretty much on the regular. Rim and Ani have taken forefront, so Minecraft is a little bit less nowadays. We just started a co-op playthrough of Stardew Valley on Fridays with Julie Pixels, and it's my very first time attempting Stardew. Puzzle game. Which puzzle game? I like puzzle games. I did Little Nightmares 2 and Limbo last month for October and love those games. You love Stardew? I'm digging it. We did spring. We did, last Friday was my first time ever playing it. We did the entire spring season. So we're going to be doing summer this Friday. I'm looking forward to it. I'm a miner. I go in those mines and just hit rocks all day long. Julie wants to get us to the skeleton caves as soon as possible. I got real lucky with some sword drops as well. Great fun. I'm liking it more than I thought I would. If I'm straight up honest with it, I wasn't sure I'd actually enjoy it all that much. I kind of like a little bit more stress in my life, but it is a really nice palate cleanser at the end of the week. Been enjoying it. I'm going for my first perfection run, but unfortunately on the beach map, and it's very hard to make money. I understand the word perfection and the word beach, but I can't actually put those together. I'm still like uber noob. Like, no idea. I'm like, Julie, should I go to the mines today? And she's like, no, help me water plants today. And I'm like, okay, cool, let's get that done. And I'm like, literally, that's what I ask every day. We wake up, we check the luck, and I'm like, it's good luck. Should I be going to the mines, or do we have other priorities? She's like, go to the mines. So I'm like, I'm very specialized in what I do. So far, but Julie's been a really good teacher, and I'm hoping I learn a lot. I might start playing some with Barb, because she's all about it too. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm also looking into getting Portal and Portal 2. The whole community has been like, dude, you would love Portal and Portal 2. They're such great puzzle games. Stardew's awesome as well. Good luck with it. I have to go, but have fun, and thanks for the stream. Of course, Bohop. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for helping me with battery math. You gave me some really good insights there. Much appreciated. Felix, enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. Naps are wonderful. I love naps. God, I don't want a transformer cheat power, even though we did a little bit already. But I'm starting to feel anxious here. We'll give it another cycle or two to see if we can get enough calories to take Julie off of cooking and put her onto research. Once we get this hydrogen vent up and going again, that's going to inject a decent amount of heat, as well as take our people off of the mouse wheels, or hamster wheels, so to speak. So this is really like, we're going to get a big push when this goes active. And then we got 63 cycles of free power and heat to push forward and make progress. But I think we're just trying to sustain until then. The only reason I'm not hitting that 2 and 3 button is because every time I do, that's when shit goes wrong. That's when people get trapped. That's when the calories drop and I don't realize it. So what we can do maybe is start doing a little bit more sweeping. I think we can afford a little bit of sweepy. And I think getting some stuff swept up and getting the debris away from the places that... Like, if we can get the debris away from places where we have crops like we did down here, I think that'll help, because we won't have as much stuff that we have to heat up. So let's work on sweeping and eating. Eat and sweep. So yeah, I do love puzzle games. Another one I'm looking into getting, the Myst 25th Anniversary Collection. Myst is an older game, like way older, and I played it when I was really young. Loved it, but wasn't good at it. And since then, I knew they had a sequel. I didn't realize they had 5 games in the main storyline plus 2 in the extended universe. And I'm like, dude, that is 6 games that I haven't played and one I would love to replay. I did play Abduction. If you like puzzle games, that's a good one by the same developer that came out a few years back. Really good game. Is it Abduction? It starts with an O. I don't know if Abduction... Barb is back. Welcome back. I was just singing your praises. Welcome home. Welcome home. We had a crash, but have recovered. Speaking of which, let me be ridiculous and hit that save again right quick. So yeah, we do like puzzle games here on this channel as well. I used to be exclusively a Minecraft creator. I would stream Minecraft 4 or 5 days a week, and then do a lot of Minecraft videos. I've diversified a lot since I came back from being sick. You guys might notice there's the chronic illness, and mental health awareness tags on the channel. Over the last 4 years, I've had 5 surgeries on my stomach because of my diverticulitis. I've got one more coming up in December. Fingers crossed and all hope out there that that's the last one, at least in this particular iteration of my problems. Doctor, surgeon guy is super, super optimistic. I'm now going to someone who's specialized in that type of surgery, so that's really cool. And looking forward to that, actually. Not looking forward to the surgery itself, but being done with the problems I have. So that's the chronic illness part of that. The mental health awareness part, last year, finally got diagnosed as bipolar and ADHD. And once I got on meds, I swear to freaking God, my life changed. Like, overnight changed. Like, holy shit, meds just made everything better. It's phenomenal. We cannot seem to get ahead of the calorie grind here. Labyrinthatory was the name of the new game if you want to check it out. Hold on, let me copy paste that word. I will not remember that word. And this time I'm actually going to copy paste to a notepad instead of writing on a post-it. I'm going to try and get better at actually using the tools of the modern world. It's okay, I'll check it out. Labyrinth Story. Excellent. I'll give that a look. I do love puzzle games. Thank you for that, Moo. Much, much appreciated. So we do have a few name redemptions in the queue. Linus has reserved the next non-Nisbet dupe because Emily was in there before him. Emily has reserved the next Nisbet if we get a Nisbet. I love Nisbet, so I'm totally on board with taking one if we can find a good one. And then the other, if we take on another dupe besides a Nisbet, Linus reserved the name Sweetney for Sweetney. Sweetney's another member of our community, been here for a long time. Wonderful, wonderful guy. He also streams. Yeah, I feel like I've run down a majority of the information there. That's the jam. On my YouTube, which the link was just up there a moment ago, so I won't re-put it up there. I upload the VODs I upload all my RimWorld VODs starting 1 or 2 playthroughs ago. And just because I like to put up the full playthroughs, and I don't have a computer that can edit stuff that's that long. Same thing with Oxygen Not Included. With this playthrough, I'm starting to upload the VODs. I haven't scheduled the first 3 yet, but I'll be doing that this weekend most likely. And I also do time lapses for Minecraft. I've got one that's 2 years long that I cut down to a 4-minute video. If anybody wants to check that out directly, there's a direct link. I like to do mega projects in my single-player world, and then we also have a community SMP. So if anybody wants to play Minecraft with us here in the community, pop over to the Discord, thumbs up the rules over in the Minecraft section, and add your name to the whitelist. Me or one of the mods will pop on and check it out and whitelist you. We do take our time to check real quick, make sure it's somebody that came into the community. We've had a couple of people pop in randomly from YouTube or other locations and turn out to be pretty terrible people. So we do our homework. Usually it's just a quick check of the name around the internet, make sure you're not scammers or whatever. But if I see you came in from chat on here, we're probably just going to add you direct in right quick. Anyway, long story short, if you guys want to play some Minecraft with us, we have a server. And like I said, this is our monthly Ani seed. I put the seed up without the max difficulty. I didn't realize that the seed changed when you hit the sliders, but Emily was nice enough to actually set it up the same way and post the seed as I have it exactly on stream. So if you want to play exactly as I am right now, I wouldn't recommend it. It's freaking difficult. But it is a thing. Why is that pump off? Why is that not flowing? Let's get sand into the sieve. We can't leave water in the pipes. I've really got to do a priority check on everything. We'll actually make that a 9 now that we don't have outhouses to plunger. We are basically just waiting for this hydrogen vent to come on so we could take our people off the wheel. If we could get Franz and Linus off the wheels and get them helping out with food, we could get Julie back onto research and start making some progress. So basically, once this hydrogen vent comes online, we're going to do a big progress grind. But at the moment, we're just kind of like trying to produce heat, and it's not easy. We seem to just have problems like... So, up here, we've got 10, 11 degrees. Down here, we've got... Some spots are 10, 11 degrees, others are still 2. And in here, these just seem to be getting colder. These were around 10, like 9 degrees yesterday, and I was like, we're almost there. So we've got some nonsense going. You know what? Let's, for the sake of the heat, let's pop off a little bit of refined carbon. We've got another couple of eggs over here. We've got 3 eggs over here, so our stone hatches... Our stone hatches are going to be coming along nicely, which should help with our coal problems. We've got plenty of igneous to feed them, and we've got a lot more that we can dig out around the map, so that's good. Brine ice is working towards liquefying. We can get that into our liquid system. Melting at 16.5. It's at 19.6. We need it to get down to 14.5 for it to actually liquefy. Yeah. Basically, we just need to get far enough ahead in the calories to get Julie researching. So whatever we have to do. So how is everybody? We're kind of on the talkie. I'm going to take a little sip of my lemonade here. I was talking about Fridays. Friday's tomorrow, isn't it? So tomorrow's going to be Stardew with Julie. I spoke to her the other day. She said everything is in line for us to do that. So that should be all good. But you know, if things change, I'll keep you guys posted. If for some reason we can't do Stardew with Julie tomorrow, we'll probably do RimWorld so we can work on getting that playthrough done and dusted. We seem to bank just enough hydrogen that if we have like a power use spike, we can get our battery charged a little bit. But if we keep our people running, we can kind of bank it. This whole playthrough has just been an absurd balancing act. I think I might have said knife's edge and razor's edge like 1,000 times in the last 2 days. I think the fact that we're slowly but surely getting the map swept up as we go here and prepping to get some tech going that we don't have online yet is pretty good. We don't even have building stuff queued up, so Killer is helping with the cooking. I was hoping that he could take over for Julie, but even with both of them going, we're barely hitting our calorie count each day. These mushers are just so goddamn slow. Linus, what is your athletics at? 10. Yeah, we don't really need to push you into athletics. Suds doesn't need anything else going on. Probably should have put her into strength for tidying, but... you know what? We're going to keep Suds with a 1 in case we need a doctor. I mean, not even in case, for when we need a doctor. Because setting up our radiation setup, we're going to get irradiated, so we need to have rad pills on deck when that happens. Which is another reason we need our stone hatches spun up. I'm trying to dump all of our random cold debris down over here because the hatches don't really care, although that might be... I don't know. It's going to take forever for this area to heat up, too. Research. We're going to have to research. A liquid tepidizer over here with a timer, I think, is probably going to be our best jam. Like Emily was saying. We might also go into space heaters like Barb was suggesting. There's quite a few things we can go into. I think I'm going to enable the composter again so we can keep getting the heat out of that guy. I mean, this is our best heat production over here. That being said, I think we really gotta put more in over there. I feel like we're wasting dirt because the ones that aren't growing, they still keep supplying dirt to. Which I feel like if they're stifled, they shouldn't be taking dirt, right? But hey, we deal with the things we deal with. I suppose I could disable the buildings. What are you eating? That's fine. Julie got a skill point. Julie is doing pretty goddamn good. I don't think we're going to add anything to Julie at the moment. I mean, we could put some improved grilling on her, maybe? Just so she cooks faster? How is her cooking doing? 7. Electric grill usage. Actually, Barb, I ate a lot of food before stream, so I'm actually pretty good on that. Thank you, though. I know you're just being fun, but... You know what? Let's get Julie going on the grill. And let's do we have a scrubber available? Just in case, well, for when we need it, let's get a scrubber set up. Yes. For once, I remembered to eat. I was like, oh, I should start stream early. And I was like, wait a second. I'm almost out of liquids to drink. And I was like, you know, now that I think about it, I should probably eat. And so I went and got liquids and food, which was nice. Yes, you were the little voice in the back of my head saying, eat, don't hurt yourself. I do gotta say our breathability looks nice. And our water tank is a bit in the positive. My hope is that if we sweep enough of this junk up, when the hot metal comes out, we can move it to where we need the heat. But right now, so much stuff over here is just eating the temperature that comes out of there that... Yeah. Although putting it over here might not have been the best, best use of our time. Or space, or whatever it is. These are just about flickering on and off, right? Yeah. What other plants use dirt? Like, are we going to be on mealwood for most of this playthrough? Because, like, dirt is sustainable with the pips and the arbor trees. As well as with cleaning the carbon dioxide and polluted water. So, are we gonna be on mealwood the whole time, or is there other? Because I usually go straight into bristleberries, but we don't have bristleberries on this map. I mean, obviously, once we get out into space and get to other planets, it's a different story. But I could look it up. I could. Am I going to? Sure, why not? Bog buckets are polluted water. Bristle blossoms are regular water. Dashes make salt. We'll probably get a Dashes salt vine going so that we can grind up the salt we get from it. Because they have to be in chlorine, right? Yeah, so we'll make use of this chlorine area and we'll get Dashes going eventually so that we can crush the salt to get sand and table salt. That'll help with morale. What else do they take? They take sand. So we'll get pips to wild plant them. So we don't have to feed them sand. Because we're trying to get sand from them. Dusk caps take slime, which we don't have. And need to be in CO2. Grub fruits take sulfur. We don't have sulfur. Hydrocactus. There's literally a wiki in-game. Yes, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Nosh sprouts take dirt and ethanol. We have nosh beans, right? What if we put nosh beans at the bottom of our map? Ooh, that makes me not want to move my water tank down there. Because we could wild plant the nosh beans. Ooh. Okay, okay. Pinch of pepper. We don't have them. We don't have sleet wheat. We don't have spindly grub fruit. Tranquil toes, waterweed, wheezewort. Alright, we've got nosh beans. And they are down here. So if we put a pip down here, they could theoretically go up here, but they're not going to plant anything up here. How many critters do we have in here? 5? Let's put this down to a 4. All right. Yeah, let's use the bottom of our map to grow nosh. I like that. I mean, they can wander quite far, but the nosh beans are all down there. And there's no place else they can really get to plant things. So, wild salt plants still consume the chlorine if wild planted. Yes, yes. That makes sense to me. That's cool because we've got the chlorine vent down here. So we'll eventually create some sort of liquid lock and kind of basically we'll use a lot of this natural tile stuff over here. And if we have to create more natural tiles, we will. And we'll have them wild plant the salt over here. We'll do some math on how much the output of the chlorine gas is and how much the salt chews up. Regardless of what it is, I think that'll be good. Can we not do that? You know what? So it's just go move the pip. Thank you, me. I love that you can do move too with animals now. That's a really nice quality of life addition. Now, I mean, of course, he's going to wind up planting the nosh bean in, like, the ice and snow or something, but whatever. "15 cycles on the hydrogen vent. That heat and that power is going to save our asses. Oh, and you're gonna friggin' plant warts, aren't you? food? I'll take a hatch. Just have a whole army of wild hatches walking back and forth here. Yeah, I love food too. We just have zero time for Julie to cook. Julie and Zed are now our grill masters. Beard stroke moment for sure, Barb. Thank you again for making that emote. I gotta say... I feel like I gotta uproot these. We're wasting dirt on these. We'll wait till it gets a little warmer. They just keep stuffing dirt in here and it keeps getting used on plants that are not growing, so... We're gonna uproot these. We will replant them. I feel like these can get uprooted too. This side is just not coming online quick enough. We're still in the negatives. Over here... 1.2. 9.1. We'll leave these two online for the heat to gradually shift over, but I can't keep stuffing dirt into something that's not producing food. Laz redeemed stretch. Thank you, Laz. Oh, good little pop there. Did he automatically bring the pip back? How did the pip wind up here? How? Did it just wander in there? Just wandered in. Did the door happen to open as the pip was walking up here? Aggravating. want those seeds moved. Hydrate. Hydrate. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm usually not an emergency mover, but at this point, I'm like, all right, this job needs to be done right now. Posture check. Thank you. Thank you. Because I know that if I leave more down here than what I want the pip to plant, they will plant anything but what I want. I'm going to say this is a 7 max. They shouldn't automatically wrangle this guy in there. I don't think. We'll keep an eye on it. I've literally got like 3 mealwood growing. Like I said, I'm uprooting everything else because it's just not coming online. We don't need the when the hydrogen vent comes back online, we'll replant all that stuff. Or hydrogen vent. We'll replant all that stuff, but I don't need them bringing dirt to them if they're not going to be producing food. Beard stroking. Alright guys, I think it's time for the first restroom break of the day. I know we haven't made an obscene amount of progress or anything, but we're grinding. We're grinding. The water level's coming up, and we're getting more efficient with our resources. So I'm going to take a quick restroom break. If you guys need to go grab some water, grab yourself some food, grab yourself some stretching and hydration, go ahead. I put up the links to Bobby's music, so if you like the Be Right Back music, starting music, I also use it on time lapses and stuff. Go show him some love, and I'll see everybody in just a few moments. Okay, everybody, I am back. Made it a quick one. We gotta do something here. We gotta do something here. Let's start spamming transformers. Pretty sure we can put them in here, too. I love how you come up with shit to do every time you take a little break. It's not even that I came up with it. It was somebody else's idea. I just, I wasn't gonna do it. But it's time to take measures into our own hands here. I'd prefer not to just spam transformers for the sake of spamming transformers for heat for no reason. Like, it does feel a little on the cheaty side, but at the same time, it's like, we're just sitting here staring at the... Of course you planted it in the melting ice. Of course you did, because that's what you did. I called it? What did I call? You know, as crazy as our water is, too, I'm just like, I do really like the way it works. The planting on the ice. Oh, yes. Yes, I did call it. I mean, at least he planted it. There are still seeds down here that need to move. Also, we've got ice. We moved all the ice and brine ice and everything down here, so when this hydrogen vent goes off, it's going to melt all that. Then we can mop it up and, like, move it up to our main tank. You know what? Let's also do something like this. We may not have radiant pipes, but we could get some pipes in place to help spread it around, and then when we do get radiant pipes, we can just... whatever. And of course it planted the oxyfern seed, which we don't want because we want carbon dioxide down here. Pips are the worst. They're the best, but they're the worst. Beardy, beardy, beardy. Alright, Killer's got a lot of build work to do. They need an output wire, don't they? Overwatch, have fun on your match. Alright, sounds good. We'll be here. You know me, I just do things. I'm gonna do my best not to break our nature reserve, because I do that almost every playthrough. I accidentally run a pipe through some natural tiles, so... Radiant pipes, liquid tepodizer, thermosensors, and gates. Dear God, all the things. We need all the research. Julie's just too good of a cook to get her off cooking till we get a backlog. Like, if we could get a print of some freaking calories, that would get us the time we need. God damn it. The interesting thing here is our water is almost getting out of control. We have more water than we need currently. I mean, talk about good problems to have. Our water tank is getting nicely full. I mean, it's a tiny water tank to begin with, but... I don't know why I didn't think about nosh beans. Probably because I've never used nosh beans in my entire life of playing this game. I think that's one of the cool things about doing multiple playthroughs, right? Different settings and everything is like you learn different things from different styles of playthroughs. Nosh beans have oh wait, there's an oxyfern seed there. we're going to bring these back in one at a time. These are growing. We've got a few here. Yeah, let me check something real quick. Oh, my roommate's mom is in the hospital. That's why I was checking that real quick. What is the room at the top of the base? What room? This, where the water tank is, or are you talking about this? This is where the teleporter should be, but I have teleporters turned off on this, so the only way I can get off this planet is via rockets. We can't teleport out of here at all. I'm guessing this is what you mean. Just like the transporters are not here or over here. Who's the oldest over here? Is this a standard deviant playstyle? What do you mean? What do you mean, Vid? I mean, we're on a frozen map on max settings, so I feel like nothing I'm doing is standard. Everything I'm doing is just, like, grinding. Oh, I don't know. That was a suggestion from Julie or Barb. One of them suggested that I play with teleporters turned off, so we did it. It's a little bonus thrown on there. I think most people doing max difficulty don't do teleporters off, but... Alright, I think I need Killer to go back to cooking first. I need everybody cooking this cycle. It's getting hairy in here. That's growing. Okay. Why do I want to make Harry stand outside? Who's Harry? What? Sorry, I'm missing the joke, Vid. Life support. I don't have anybody upticked on life support, do I? That's a problem. Okay. So that's considered a life support activity. It's getting hairy in here. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I am, my memory is trash in general, but especially when I'm doing stuff like this. God, I wish there was a reasonable way to get out there and get that oxalate. It's 30-degree oxygen. Oh my god. I appreciate that, Vid. I do appreciate that. I wish I wasn't so dense that I missed the joke right off the bat, but that is a good one. I appreciate that humor. I'm just glad this planet doesn't have, like, real shitty meteors. Otherwise, we would just be fucked. Punny person? Yeah, I appreciate a good pun. Alright, we'll get an omelet injection here because we had an extra hatch seed. Alright, taking Killer off building and getting him on food is getting us a little ahead on food, which is good. If we could stop eating water and dirt, I'd be freaking ecstatic. I swear to God. Okay, sounds good, Vid. You have a good one. I'll be here for the next 3 hours or so, so if you wind up, you know, coming back or anything, I'll be around. But totally understand. Real life comes first. Everybody's got their things going on, so enjoy. No, try not to murder everyone. Yeah, I will try. I will try not to murder them all at once. Although I very much want to at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna swap Killer back. Okay, so this is gonna be the game: swapping Killer back on and off construction and food. Where is radiant pipe? We'll get Julie on a little research. We got like half a cycle to a cycle. We could put her on research and kill her on building. That's good. It's going to be swapping back and forth between building and researching and cooking for those two. If I put them both on cooking, we go positive. If I put one of them on cooking, we stay even. It looks like. It does look like moving these pipes around might help drag some temp around. Does risk our pipes breaking down here, but we gotta do something. If I ever do another cold map, I mean, when I do another cold map, I've got a lot of information from this. I think I could do a way better setup if I do another cold map. Just way better. Actually, yeah, let's not have Julie get on to researching just yet. Let's let Killer finish building the transformers, then we'll swap him over to cooking. Let's go a little faster. It's funny, because when I play RimWorld, 2 and 3 seem pretty standard speed on the playthrough that I'm on currently. When I play this, 2 seems like I'm losing, like I can't keep track of anything. I sigh because I would kill for a freaking calorie injection from the printing pod right now. Anyway, how's everybody else doing out there? Hopefully whatever you're doing in real life or in games is going well. If you want to talk about it, feel free to pop it in. If you want to ask questions, feel free to ask questions. Comments, concerns, ideas, questions, everything is always welcome here. I'm not, like, anti-backseating in the sense that, like, I don't like being micromanaged, I suppose, by people, but I always love ideas, you know what I mean? And, like, also, like, hey, you're running into a brick wall. When I was playing Planet Crafter, if you know Planet Crafter, there's kind of a border to the world that just goes on forever, essentially. And so there have definitely been times I thought I should be going in a direction, and it turns out that I'm just walking further and further off the edge of the map. So people being like, hey, you're running off the edge of the map, that I appreciate, because, you know, I don't want to waste my time and your time here. You know, if it's spoiler type things, like if I'm playing a story game and you're like, guess who dies? I'd prefer not, but, you know. Alright, we've got both Killer and Julie working on cooking with everybody right now. We've got a lot more plants going up here now. And our pipes... It's getting a little warmer over here. We might try bringing these back online in a minute. Only got 21 cycles of that cool slush geyser, so... How long will this go dormant? It's 51 out of 81, so we'll have 40 cycles of no water. We need to get a few things done in that time. I think with the hydrogen vent online, we should be able to... When the hydrogen vent comes online, I think we should be able to get off of water-based food. And that will mean this water supply will last us plenty of time as far as air is concerned. I'm going to put those back in. That water cycling seems to be helping with that spot. All right, Julie. Radiant pipes. Radiant pipes. Let's do radiant pipes. I'm almost worried that this water is going to get too much. Like, our tank is going to need expanding, but... I mean, we are slowly but surely heating up. Down here used to be, like, -20, and now we're at, like, -8, -9. It's -14 here, -14 here, -5. These are growing. So much of this I'd love to automate. I would love to have temperature stuff, like automating where the pipes go and where the gases go and stuff like that. Like, we have a little bit of automation, but we have so much stuff that we have to manually manage. Yeah, I think if we can get a couple of radiant pipes down here and up here, we should be able to get these going. Should have thought about that a long time ago. In fact, we could probably... When we get Killer back on building. I want Julie to research Radiant. For now, anyway. We're going to have to get her off of Radiant and back on cooking soon enough. Just a hot swap of responsibilities over here. Oh, God. I never thought I would be this excited for hydrogen vents being dumped directly into my base. Like, of all the things I thought would be, like, important to me in my life on Ani, I never thought hydrogen dumping into my base at 500 degrees would be at the top of my wish list. But it is. like, this would be plenty of water to get us through the dormancy stages of this if we were just using air. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. See, this is already keeping this stuff up. Kind of just barely, but it's there. Yeah, because you ran until you ran. When Julie finishes that research, we'll swap Killer back to building. Who would have thought heating up a base would be harder than cooling down a base? Like, if this was cooling down, I would have had no problem. We'd have rushed to get some steel, you know, stayed real small till we did, gotten some steel, slapped in an aqua tuner somewhere. Hell, even if it meant, like, dumping water, like, cold water into the aqua tuner and then letting it vaporize into space if we had to, like, I'd have had no problem getting that done, but... So Julie will finish research, immediately go back to helping with the cooking, right? We'll build some calories with both of them cooking, then we'll swap Killer back to building, and we'll get some more stuff built, including some radiant pipe. And that should work. We've got 2 nosh beans down here, which is nice, but they're going to take forever to grow, right? 4%. "84 cycles." Yeah, wild nosh beans are not really going to help us too much. Alright, Julie will automatically go back on cooking because she doesn't have a research project. And on top of all of it, slowly but surely, the map is getting cleaned up. Alright, let's slap in a few pieces of radiant pipe. I'm going to put one here. Oh, no, not iron. Radiant pipe. Let's go with aluminum. We're going to go there and there. And then we're going to put one here, here, and these seem to be working. I'm not gonna work those lines just yet. If these are all online up here without radiant pipe, I might not even use this piping system, actually. Let's cancel that out. Those are working, those are working. We got a lot of heat production up here. What I did want to do... Put one of those there just for a little extra. Although... We're fine. This area is starting to warm up alright. Yeah, we're starting to get some green. I am excited for the problem to flip on its head and to start worrying about cooling. Once we've got the place sufficiently, like, warmed up that we can actually run crops, we can just rip out all of the excess things, like power transformers and whatnot, and we could start putting in some stuff that is actually going to help us. I mean... Right now it is helping us. The temperature is getting pulled up, but in other ways, so to speak. Like, I'm looking forward to running a cooling... Like, maybe not a cooling loop isn't necessarily the grand... end-all term. I'm looking forward to the point where we can run a temperature stabilization loop. We'll call it. You know, traditionally called a cooling loop, but... We may not need the liquid tepidizer. Killer is sleeping. He should cook because there's no build projects. I will definitely take coal. Let's slow back down for a minute. Top off our oxygen liquid tank up there. Stick one extra of those in there. We may very well start running just a little bit more running a little bit more pipe. Let's get these planted. These are going to start working real soon. Yeah, if we can keep Killer building, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run pipe everywhere. Like, just blades out in every direction and just start getting all of our water circulating. Just to smear out the temperature. We'll put radiant pipes where our heat generators are so that they increase the temperature of the water. And we'll put radiant pipes where we need the temperature type of thing. So we just kind of smear it out all over the place. Right now I'm going to let everybody cook because we're down to 5,000 calories. Zed's got food poisoning. Welcome back, Barb. I made a few adjustments to moving the heat around. We've got a lot more green going on now. Yes, I agree. Thank you. I feel like I'm okay. I've been waiting for this hydrogen vent for so long, and we're getting to the point where I'm worried it's going to be too much heat added to the equation now. But we'll see. I like to be good at anything I do. And I feel like, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but I feel like anything I put my mind to, I can get good at. There's a lot of things I don't care to put my mind to, but if I can get into doing something, I'm gonna be pushing to get good at it. Thank you, thank you. So are you. Your art is phenomenal, and you're no slouch when it comes to Ani either. You've done some pretty amazing stuff. I feel like we might also want to use the radiation to try and get some exuberant plants. I think that would be really helpful for us. Still heavy relying on the mush fry. I feel like we might need to do some napkin math. Okay, so how much do meal ice produce? Life cycle of 12 cycles. So 12 cycles, they produce 600 calories, so they produce 25 per cycle. Right? Ah, never mind. I'm not going to do math. I will just feel it. You gotta vibe your way through. %. This is a nice chunk of calories down here. We are probably going to replace most of these batteries real soon with farm tiles. You know what I just remembered for no reason? What? What happened? Alright, everybody's going to sleep for the most part. They're fierce. Yes. That was top tier compliment. For anybody who doesn't know that story, I was recovering from... I think I was recovering from my very first surgery from diverticulitis, and I went to the movie theater. I was with my mom at the time. I think we went to see the Simpsons movie. That's how long ago it was. And as we're coming out, I had devil horns. Instead of a mohawk, I had just two tufts here that I'd pull up into horns. And I went to the movie theater, came out, and as we're coming out, the person ripping tickets was like, "I like your horns. They're fierce." I was like, "Oh, thank you." Like, I didn't have anything in me other than to say thank you, because my brain was just like, I was so exhausted. Recovering from that surgery, like, when you recover from any surgery, it's just exhausting. Like, going out and doing something simple like seeing a movie for 2 hours, that took all of my energy, and I mean all of my energy. So whoa. All right, that thought about having a liquid tapidizer, we're not doing that. We don't need that. Was a good idea, but not necessary. I honestly think it might be time to take out these transformers already. Yeah. Let's deconstruct you, you, and you. I feel like after I get my exam done on Sunday, I'll just lay down and pass out. Yeah, exams are another one. Sometimes that stuff that, like, takes its toll on, like, sometimes stuff that takes a lot of mental fortitude can also be very exhausting. Took all of my energy last Sunday, and then I've just been pushing everything with the battery, with low battery. Yeah, I can see that. Totally see that. Let's get a few more projects going here for Devin. I'm doing well. I was kind of like, man, I feel like we're just going to be sitting here watching all day and we're not going to be able to make progress. And now I'm a little worried we're making progress too fast. So, you know, good problems to have, right? I feel like a couple of these spots are starting to hit critical mass. I mean, with those mealwood coming back online and the amount we've got going, like, we're doing way better on calories now than we have for the past 3 hours. And I feel like putting in these loops on either side are going to start smearing the temperature out even more, so... Now that we've got some pockets of warmth, like, spreading it out, I think is an important bit. You couldn't wait for it to be opposite. Careful what you wish for. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is if we do get to the point where it starts heating up too quickly, we got a lot of cold out here. Like, we could literally just open up the base and, like, refreeze it, so to speak. So, getting the insulated tiles up yesterday was a big deal. I think if we hadn't insulated in, we'd still be frozen solid in here. We'd still be just an ice cube. So... and And after looking at the wild growth time on nosh beans, a life cycle of 84, I don't think they're really going to be a viable pivot for calories. Lice loaf is occupying more of our calories than mush fry now. Yeah, I know Weezer. I've seen them live. I saw Weezer, Cypress Hill, and a whole bunch of other people live. Like, not like bands that are top tier on my list, but like, I went to this festival and basically they had everybody there. So yeah. I wish I could remember all of the people that I saw there. There was a really good list of people there. Tingles your brain. Yeah, they do pretty good. They've got a really wide range of songs, too. It's not all the same stuff over and over again. A lot of it is very... Like, they kind of hit a lot of marks with it, and I like that. See, what I'd like to do... So this is kind of what I was talking about, stabilizing and organizing, right? Like, I want to get all these loops installed. And then I kind of want to, like... We'll have all the heat generators in here, but then eventually we'll hook in an aqua tuner. And so it'll smear the heat and cold around, and if the pipes ever get too hot, the aqua tuner will cool it back down. And if it ever gets too cold, we'll set up a way to cool it down using the outer chill type of thing. We have the aqua tuner and tepidizer already researched too, so... What do you mean exposing the abyssalite? Like down here? Yeah, I do want to break all this out, but I'm kind of trying to wait for the ice to melt so we don't waste water. If you dig it, you lose half mass. And if I would like to keep all the water I can since we've been so short on water this whole playthrough. Any ice that we're getting in debris form, I'm moving over next to the... You mean down here where the heat is? I will eventually use the heat for something. If we can get plastic, I will set up a geothermal. I love geothermal power, so if we can get enough, if we can get plastic, I will set up geothermal power. If we can't, realistically, I don't know if I can see that happening. I am very, very confident in my ability to create geothermal power after the last couple of playthroughs I've done. I did it on one of the monthly seeds a few months back, and I did it on the 400-hour stream world as our first source of power. Geothermal and me get along like this. It's just a matter of getting the plastic and all the steel we need to make it happen. I mean, the steel isn't going to be a problem. The plastic will be a problem. The thing is I feel like it's more reasonable to get arbor trees online and get to ethanol so that we can run a petroleum generator or two. If we could run a petroleum generator or two, we won't need to get into geothermal. So I feel like ethanol-based power is probably better than geothermal as far as a possibility, because we don't have to go off planet to make it happen. I don't think I have to go off planet at all, to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I could accomplish the goal of this this playthrough of getting the monument without ever leaving the planet. I don't think one pip ranch with arbor trees is realistically going to cut it for ethanol production, but we'll have to feel that out as we go here. If we have to, I'll create natural tiles. I'll use glass or the manual airlock trick or whatever we need to do to make natural tiles to expand out our arbor tree setup if we need to. Yeah, I do think realistically, that'll be how we do it. I have a really nice geothermal setup on one of my maps, though. That world actually got corrupted, but I'll have to show you sometime. It's pretty insane. It needs tweaking, because I didn't know... that's where I did a lot of my learning. Yeah, it's why I'm very careful about sandbox and debug mode. I will. I'll show you later. The thing about sandbox and debug mode, the reason I'm super careful about it, also the reason I tend to, like... God, deja vu. I tend to save quite often, is because of that playthrough. It was one of our monthly seeds, and 15 days into the month, I corrupted the file. And what happened was... what I think happened, it's the only difference I can see between that playthrough and any of my other playthroughs, and that's the only one I ever got corrupted, is, I was working in a test world the night before, and then I went back over to that world and started playing with it, and I accidentally left on debug or sandbox and went to go dig tiles, and it insta-dug them, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, well, I dug out like 3 or 4 tiles. I'm not going to, like, revert to save or worry about it. It's like, it's no big deal. And I turned off the debug, sandbox, whatever, right? And then, like, a dozen cycles later, the world crashed. I reloaded, I went back to saves, I did all these things to try and fix it, but it never got fixed. And I think because I wound up messing with that, like, something happened when that went on, and it messed up the file, and it got corrupted, so... Alright, we are turning one of these off. We'll leave one mush fryer on. We will put that on a 1, just so they finish the one that they're working on. Yeah, it was one of my best starts ever. Like, I got to so many dupes so fast. I had private bedrooms so fast, Atmos suits, full geothermal setup. Like, I was just annihilating the game, just annihilating it, and it got corrupted halfway through the month. I was on track to have one of my best monthly playthroughs ever. Probably even with all of that, it was still my best monthly playthrough. Oh, yeah, yeah. I learned a lot on that. Like, a lot. So... Oh, the breathability over there sucks. We're gonna have to put in some airflows. Six and a half cycles on hydrogen. This goes off in 16. Thank you. I think for what it is, you're right. I agree that for the challenge, this looks amazing. I think overall as a base, it's meh. But given what we've had to put up with to get here, I think it's pretty badass. The fact that we've taken on 6 dupes and haven't killed anybody yet, and somehow our water is positive, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with this. See, I'm looking forward to hydrogen power because that means we can take people off the wheels. That's 2 more sets of hands to do things. Yes, except for the fact that this is going to go offline. We've only got 16 cycles of water production left, so probably not until this goes active again. My thought process is actually to put a tank right here. Basically extend this down. Bloop. Don't really want the briar seeds, but we'll take them. Well, actually, the plan was to put it down here, and then I was like, well, the nosh beans, but 84 cycles is a lot of time. I truly don't think that's a viable... Yeah, I truly don't think that's a viable strategy. How many... How many... Good. Refrigeration spoil time. "21 cycles if they're not wild." Air pressure, atmosphere, dirt, and ethanol. Gives you nosh beans plus 12. Oh, we would actually have to... I think you would have to have the natural gas range, right? To make the spicy tofu. I don't think nosh beans are going to be part of our menu. It's a nice idea, but... I don't think it's viable with the current setup. Maybe if we'd have thought about it earlier on. Like, if we got, like, everything planted as nosh beans real fast. Maybe. I mean, like, basically this entire bottom level here planted as nosh beans with all natural tiles. Maybe. But with a... At that point, we also would have had to take on farting dupes to get natural gas, because I don't know how else we'd produce natural gas besides farting and a geyser, and we don't have a natural gas geyser. Refining oil does it, but we don't have any oil on this map either, so not really sure how we would get natural gas on here. I do want to take these coal generators offline. I would like to reserve our coal for refined carbon and rad pills, quite honestly. But that's just like I said, that's just us waiting on the hydrogen vent. We got 6 cycles. As soon as that comes online, we can take our coal generators offline, and we can take our people off the wheels, because we should have plenty of power from this thing coming in. Plus, that should melt the ice in here, getting us, and then dragging that temperature down here, which should melt this, help melt this ice, so we should be getting some water out of that equation. This stuff is 10 grams of natural gas as a byproduct. Okay. Ooh, okay. That might be an answer there. We wouldn't need a lot of natural gas to run a range, so if the fertilizer synthesizer... Yeah, condensed sour gas. What would we make sour gas with, though? We don't have plastic to melt into naphtha. Methane gives you natural... Yeah. I know that because of the sour gas boiler stuff. But where would we get sour gas would then be the question. I know we could melt something with the lava, but what would we need to melt? Because we don't have plastic to get sour gas, so we don't have oil or petroleum to get sour gas. I guess we could look it up, right? Live planning. Plastium, petroleum, liquid naphtha. Yeah, naphtha, petroleum. Yeah, I don't think that's likely to happen. But the fertilizer synthesizer thing might be. That could be a deal. Zed's not doing bad. I'm gonna get Zed into exosuit training for the extra athletics boost on him. Yeah, I think that's off the list. Honestly, I'm not necessarily against picking up a flatulent dupe if we decide to go that way. But again, like, I don't think we have anything we're gonna want to cook in the gas range. Can't do surf and turf without Paku. The nosh beans grow too slowly. I mean, we might eventually get to the point where we have enough resources. Because they take dirt and ethanol, right? So we would need to be refining the logs into ethanol and using enough of the pips to produce dirt. We are also producing polluted dirt, which can be composted. No Drecos. If we had Drecos, we'd be fucking set. I'd be farming the shit out of Drecos, building up plastic and reed fiber, and immediately going into geothermal. Like, immediately. There's a few more things I kind of want to do, but I'm not sure how to approach it. I do think we're going to need stuff built here, so we're going to build it for when we need it. If the pod is kind enough to give you slicksters or drag... It won't in Spaced Out, Barb. You have to discover something in Spaced Out for the pod to print it. In Vanilla, the pod can print anything, but if we haven't found Drecos, we can't get Drecos in the pod. Same thing with slicksters. So it's one of those things where it's almost worthwhile to send a spaceship to the second planet with one of those robot digger things. Leave the person on the spaceship, drop the robot, and then have the robot explore enough until they see Drecos or slicksters. Then we could work on doing that. But with slicksters, we can't even really sustain them too much because without a petroleum boiler, we're not really outputting that much carbon dioxide. Yeah. Part of the challenge of the no teleporter. Yep. If our calories could get to like 20K and stabilize, I'd actually go... Oh, I do. Without mechanics, everything would break. You should thank your local mechanic. Oh god, I had such a good mechanic back in New York. I don't drive anymore, so it doesn't matter, but man, when I was driving, I kept trying to find somebody as good as Ray. Ray was fucking amazing. Alright, same thing up here. We're preemptively building pipes that I feel like I know we're gonna need. And then also over here, because our kitchen is producing heat that could be spread out. Yeah. Oh, he was the mechanic stereotype to a T. Big, big guy. Smoked cigarettes non-stop. You know. But such a sweetheart. You've never met such a kind man in your life. God, that man was such a sweet guy. Like, he was too kind to be a mechanic. Like, the like, visual and, like, lifestyle, yes, stereotype. But he was the most honest, kindest, gentlest human being you've ever met. He just a straight shooter all the way. Like, oh, I'm gonna need a whole new... No. We'll just do this thing real quick. We'll get you sorted. I know you don't have a lot of money. Let's get this done. He just took care of people. Like, just absolutely a wonderful, wonderful man. We don't have any copper ore, so that doesn't need to be done. Iron to steel, good, but let's do a few batches of aluminum. Oh, let's just set aluminum to forever for now. Yeah, Ray was a saint. That man was just a saint. I mean, I don't know. He might still be. I haven't checked back in New York in a very, very long time. So he may very well still be a saint. You know what I mean? Every time we get above, like, 15K, I'm going to go to a 2. In calories. Man, we're over 20 freaking K in calories. We've got 2 cycles worth of food, everybody. Holy shit. We haven't seen that in like 10 hours. Out of curiosity, why aren't you using the infected O2 vent? That's a good question. That's a good question. Probably would if I had, like, if I were to have this to do all over again, I'd probably go into it. I've never used an infectious O2 vent. We are getting the occasional sickness, but I kind of feel like that would have made us, like, sick all the time, but I don't know, maybe I'm just an asshole. That is a fair point. That is a very fair point. I kind of had it on the back burner in my brain as our clay factory when we get to that stage. But I don't even know that we're gonna get to that stage. Yeah, I have a metal refinery right here. I'm actually waiting for them to do a few batches of aluminum at the moment. Yeah. That probably would have been a good idea, me. We could have done the same thing we did with the hydrogen vent, just put a manual airlock on it. Right? Ooh, something broke over here. Well, it is what it is now. Every time I put something on a 2, a pipe breaks or something happens. Yeah, that probably would have been a reasonable thing to do. Oh my god, if we'd have rolled a frozen core on a... Honestly, we haven't gotten to the core yet. I don't know that we're actually going to be able to make any use of our core. My go-to build for them is layer of airflow tiles, row of mesh tiles, and deodorizers on top of the mesh tiles. Yeah. That probably would have been a better way to go. Our big thing was we were real short on sand early game. We're still kind of short on sand with 18.2 tons. So running a bunch of deodorizers nonstop, I don't think it really would have been feasible early game. I mean, we would have had to start crushing rocks for sand. And we haven't even had the manpower to do that because we've had to have people run on the wheels for power ever since the hydrogen vent has gone down. So... we would have had to let it be polluted O2 for most of this playthrough. And then we got to deal with more yucky lungs than we already have to deal with. Add liquid and done. Yeah. Yeah, if I had it to do over again, I'd do a lot of things different with this playthrough. We're 120 to 20 cycles deep, so sunk cost on our current methods and all. Definitely learned a lot, and you guys have definitely helped teach me a few things that are going to be very helpful for the next time I do a cold playthrough. I mean, most of our base is approaching 0. Something else I might do... Yeah, I think it might be worth running some stuff over here. As I stroke the beard. I was wondering why nothing else was getting swept, but the thing we were sweeping into is full. Yeah, looking forward to getting to ethanol production. Multiple reasons, of course. We can use it for liquid locks in the cold areas around the base. We can use it to power petroleum generators. There were other... It produces heat. It'll mean that the pips are online, so we'll be getting dirt back. This stuff is approaching melting point. Yeah, I think we will end up moving our liquid tank down here like I was planning. At this stage, I'm kind of just preemptively building pipes everywhere. Okay, so, streamer stuff. Tomorrow we'll be streaming Stardew Valley with Julie. Saturday, I was talking to Squiddy about possibly doing a co-stream of some Minecraft with him. I gotta check with him, see if he still wants to do that or not. If he does, we might be doing some Minecraft on Saturday. If not, then we might play RimWorld or Ani, depending on what grabs me. I don't have anything else currently in the queue of things I want to do. I've never done the ethanol loop before, but I think it's water positive, but only power neutral. It is water positive because you create the ethanol from the lumber and then burn it in a petroleum generator and get the water out of it. But, yeah, I don't know about the whole power thing. We'll have to research it and run the numbers. But I do think ethanol will be helpful. Like, I don't know exactly how we're going to do it. It might be one of those things where we run, like, one distillery and then kind of have it on like a on-demand type of vibe. Like burn our hydrogen, burn our other stuff first, and then have the petroleum generator last to trigger. I don't know. We'll like I said, we'll have to do the math on it a little bit when we get there, but it's far enough off that I'm not going to worry too much about it at the moment. But yeah, keep throwing stuff at me, guys. Keep throwing stuff at me. First time max difficulty, not first time cold map, but damn near first time cold map. We got a chlorine vent here, And if the star map is right, this should be a minor volcano. So we could swap over from using a desalinator and water sieve to purifying our water with a volcano. That would take the onus of that would definitely drop our power consumption, you know, by what is it, 600 watts. So that would be helpful. If we can get to the other planet with a rocket and get ourselves some plastic, there's so much potential in this map to do whatever the hell we want. But that would definitely mean we're going to be going into steam rockets, which I have a plan for if it's necessary, but I almost feel like we could get a monument built without having to get off the planet. I'm going to leave everybody as is for now. So yeah, the cool slush geyser, we'll just go to the star map. Hydrogen vent, infectious polluted, minor volcano, cool slush, and chlorine. So, we could maybe go into solar, but with 30,000 lux, I don't know how much that would work with the power we would need for the doors. I mean, you wouldn't be powering the doors very often. Solar might be a way we go. But then we got to make sure to produce even more glass, which I think we need glass for the monument. I've only built the monument once, so I'm not even sure on the requirements. I know it's steel. I feel like it's also glass. Steel, glass, and ceramic, is it? Or am I crazy on that one? Alright, I'm not going to hook this up to the loop until that is steel, diamond, and something. Diamond. Okay, so we'll have to get our coal going and get diamond production. Shouldn't be too hard with the radiation from the crashed satellite. Lot of stuff to do. Yeah. I'm really hoping we can finish that RimWorld playthrough next Monday so that we can start putting our main focus, doing at least 3 or 4 days a week on this playthrough. I think we're going to need it to finish our goals within the month. We're already 9 days deep, and I don't feel like we've accomplished anything. Although, stabilizing temperature and food over the last 2 days, I guess, is a pretty big thing. Provided, of course, that we can actually, like, maintain that. So what I'm wondering about now, I think we're going to change this a little bit so that instead of looping it through, we're going to bring it down through here to get into our main tank over here. And that way we can start using these pipes over here for our looping. I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to draw it in because why not? I'm basically preemptively drawing every pipe I can think of. If we've got time for Devin to build pipes, accomplishing nothing. I mean, okay, I'll keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry. Speaking of preemptive building, I might just have Devin build these all into farm tiles. Not dying is always something. I'll drink to that. Thank you both. I appreciate the boost. We're not going to turn these into meal ice yet. We don't have the heat for it. But if we can get those pre-built and then gradually tear these down as we start to get heat, this thing should put a decent amount of heat right onto here and then flow upward through there. God, I'm looking forward to 2 cycles from now. My main goal today, I mean, I had a lot of goals. I talked about them all throughout stream. But my main one has been to get off of so much water expensive food. Being fully on mush fry is scary, being that cool slush geyser is going dormant for 40 cycles soon. We don't have enough water positive processes going just yet. Ooh, Devin's building with nicely warm dirt. Probably the dirt that got composted, which is good. I love how we just stare at the temperature overlay, stroke our beard, and figure out how this works. Being over 20k in calories is making me very happy. How much of that is mush fry? Still too much of it. Our beard. Yeah, it's our beard. Alright. Any more preemptive pipes we need to put in? I think we've kind of nailed it. You know what? We might as well, like, build them on pretty much every floor. Right? Yeah. Let's build them on every floor as a precautionary measure. Not the bathroom floor, because that's just too much of a mess. Give Devin something to do. We may very well end up going late again today, guys. I'm really feeling this game. It's nice to be back on a playthrough that's not, like, crazy far along and, you know, actually having to think and puzzle solve. Sometimes I get a little too used to the idea of being late game in this stuff. It's even like in RimWorld. I've been in that playthrough for a very long time as well, so I'm getting used to the idea of having OP pawns. I was working on my starts again, and my first attempt to start off camera failed miserably. It took me like 3 or 4 hours to die. And then I started up the next one, and I was like, way, way better. It's like, oh yeah, I have to remember how to play this game. Same thing with Ani, right? Plumbing-wise, we're going to want that. I'm literally just drawing pipes everywhere. Give Devin something to do. Well, the idea is we're going to want to be able to hot swap between moving temperature to different places. So we might as well just get all of our pipe blades in. Because it's starting to get nice and toasty up here, so we're going to want to be able to smear that around. This is what happens. It takes me until like 4 or 5 hours into the stream to start feeling comfortable on it too. That's why I wind up wanting to go late so many times, is because it's like the first 3 or 4 hours I'm getting my brain reacquainted with what's going on. We are gonna start swapping our pipes around real soon. Well, an hour and a half if I end at the normal time, but, you know, I know you're still getting used to the time zone switch over here. I've been going for 4.5 hours, though, so that's why I'm probably going to wind up going late, is what I'm saying. It can take me over an hour just to talk myself into launching. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that, me. I absolutely feel that. Ooh, printables. Didn't even notice that go off. Ugh. That would have been Emily's Nisbet, but no chance. Slow learner is a hard no. Medicine, construction, strength. No, we'll take the Mirth Leaf, even though we don't really need it. I'm being super selective. It's a small map. We don't need freaking 50 dupes. I think an 8 dupe team could seriously handle all of this if it was the right 8 dupes. You know what I mean? 8 dupes at cycle 600. I'm hoping before cycle 600. We're at 124 now. I would hope we get 8 dupes by cycle 150. I mean, maybe not 150. Maybe 200 at the latest. I'd like to have 8 dupes by 200 at the latest, but it really just depends on how RNG treats us as far as what dupes it offers us. When you're trying to run a small team, being selective and making sure to get well-rounded dupes that are good at things is important. .2 cycles till eruption. That always drives me crazy. It's like, oh, it's gonna be active in the next like 3 seconds. Oh, dormant for another half, or idle for another half a cycle, right? 81 seconds. All right, let's do a little hot swap here. It's just getting eaten so quick. It is doing what I wanted it to do, though. It's injecting just that little bit of heat right here, warming up those liquids. God, I love that thing. I might swap these tiles for a manual airlock too, just so we have a little bit of more control. Yeah, because right now the hydrogen is trying to force its way past that oxygen. Excellent. That's what I want to see. Yeah, right, Zed? We've got 28-degree water flowing through now. That should nicely heat up the base. All right, let's slow down just a little bit. Right. Alright, let's just play a little bit of snippy games, guys. We're gonna snip that there. Right? We're gonna bring this up through here. That'll go there. Make that pipe obsolete for now. And it can't... Oh, I missed one bridge. Right? And then... Now this heat is being dragged all over the base. Zed's toes have been so cold. Yeah, well, you're in one of the warmest spots in the base, Zed, because you're cooking, so... Now, how do I want to do this loop over here now? Because I'd like to loop this area in. And what can you say? Yeah, I mean, it's only 17 degrees, right? I mean, we have extra pipes in here, but I don't mind having extra pipes. And then we've got that nice hydrogen floating upwards. It's going to take a while to float where it needs to go, but that'll float up to the top and get us power. And we can get people off the goddamn wheels. I lived in Florida for 20 years. I lived in Florida for like 2 months. My parents were considering moving there, so we lived in a mobile home park for like 2 or 3 months while they were looking for places that they might like to buy. Spoiler, that didn't happen. Alright, we are going to have to do that to get water into our tank here, though. Right now, this tank needs to get filled back up, so... But we have the option of skipping it over and looping it. We will unmanual that eventually. We will unmanual that eventually. There's still a lot of cold in here eating that eating the hydrogen's heat, so not bad, guys. Not bad. Killer's still working on the other loops, so we can spread out the heat and cold even more. We're in a good spot on calories. Okay, guys, it's becoming obvious to me that I'm going to wind up going a little late today because I'm excited. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one more quick restroom break, and then we'll go until I either need to eat or take another restroom break, which will probably be in like an hour and a half, 2 hours. So let me put up the Be Right Back screen one more time, and if you guys enjoy the music, please go check out Bobby. I won't do a long spiel, and I'll try and get back here ASAP. Stand up, stretch, get some water, guys. I'll see you in a second. And back to duping. We're going to go a little late today, guys. So, let's hit play. Let's take stock of what we got going on here. We're filling up our tank. That's good. This is all coming in at 13. Now, we're going to have ups and downs in this because of the way this works, right? But we do have heat we can spread out up here. I think if we swap a few of these out for radiant pipes, like let's say we do that and that, definitely, right? Hi, kitten. God, I love this boy. I love him so much. You're the best baby ever. Oh. He's not used to daylight savings either. He thinks it's end of stream time. It's not 6 o'clock, sir. It's 5 o'clock. I know. I know. Oh, you like the pipes? You like the blub blubs? No, 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 no. Not on the desk, sir. Not on the desk. On the lap. You stay on the lap. Or you could share the chair. You want a spot on the chair? Not the desk, sir. You make a mess on the desk. You try to play video games and you're very bad at them. I've actually got an idea, guys. Hey, sir? Sir. Sir. No. Come here. This is my boy. For anybody who hasn't met him yet, this is Tachyon. My friend said, Tachyon. I was like, yeah. It's like, and my last name in video game world is Cloud, so this would be Tachyon Cloud. And he's like, that sounds like something in Star Trek, like some crazy thing you'd run into that you'd be terrified to deal with. I was like, oh, it does, doesn't it? So, this is Tachyon Cloud. Who's the handsome hamster? I love you. I need a little bit, sweetheart. Okay, guys, I got an idea. I want to be able to keep this thing full, right? Right? So, why don't we go this way instead and then overflow this here. Right? And that way it'll always fill this tank first, and then when the tank is full, the water will overflow. I like that. I like that. That's a nice clean solution without having to do anything crazy with automation or anything, right? Excellent. Excellent. Let's make all of that radiant. I like that solution. That's nice. That's very nice. Oh, stretch. Sorry, Barb. Sorry. I got really excited. Oh, I got really excited. I'm sorry. And now this, I know, Tack. I know. I know. It's not fair. It's not fair. That bridge can go. Alright, sounds good, Barb. Have a good shower. There comes our heat injection. Oh, I know, sweetheart. I know. I love you, bub. I know you think it's time to do things that it's not time to do, but it's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Let's put radiant pipes at each of these plants in the hopes that they get going soon as well. I'd love to be able to get the Pip Ranch off the ground. That's all way lower priority. Oh, Tack. Please stop jumping, bud. Please stop jumping. Oh, you are such a handsome kitty. Yes, you are. That should start overflowing real soon. And the hydrogen is starting to float up. Hey, buddy. How many times do we have to have the door-window conversation? Huh? How many times do we have to have the door-window? You are a door, not a window, sir. No screams. Here, I will give you some treats. Here. I gotta treat the kitty, guys. Here you go. He knows that Papa is a pushover, and we'll just give him treats if he asks for them. Well, if he screams for them, so to speak. How long do we have this hydrogen vent active for? 60 cycles. Time to say goodbye to these batteries. God, it has taken... This is what? This is day 4 on this map? I mean, I guess that's not bad, right? I guess that's not bad. I actually kind of want all of that to be radiant. Output pipe blocked. Oh, because this isn't connected to this. Excellent. I mean, I'm having fun with this. This is phenomenal. Tachyon, please, sir. And it's picking heat up here, which is what I want it to do. I'm willing to add this in. This liquid bridge is no longer necessary. Marvelous. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself in deconstructing things, but we might be able to take some of this stuff, some of the heat generators offline now and slow it down a little. See, now our heat is actually smearing out over here. I like that. What do we got on the printables? If they weren't building impaired, I might even consider this guy. I'm going to go with saltwater. I know that sounds insane, but we've got plenty of aluminum ore. I'm going to leave this battery bank over here. And I think it might be time to take these offline. Yeah, we're doing good now. In fact, I think it's time to skill scrub Franz. Let's skill scrub Franz. Let's get him more proper priorities, at least for now. I think Julie might need to keep cooking with us. But I also think... What's our temps down here? Let's let a couple of more runs go through down. Well, no, 13 to 11. Yep. Let's get these planted. Julie's getting quite good at cooking for someone that doesn't have a natural inclination for cooking. I'd like to get rid of the small batteries because they're wasting power more than the large batteries. Excellent. God, that hydrogen vent is awesome. All right. So good. That is so pretty. I love that. I'd like to get not gates now. Let's go all the way to OR gates. Welcome back. Yeah, rainbow gradients are great. Well, mostly I love it because of the heat. I mean, it is pretty, but it's more like in my brain it's pretty because it's doing the work we need it to do. Oh, wrong button. I apologize for the loud cars. Oh, fuck yes. few properly placed radiant pipes, and we've got some heat moving around the base. And in all honesty, it is time to snip these guys. We can stop using coal. We've got plenty of hydrogen to power the system. Alright, Devin's going relax. Franz is about to come out of the milkshaker. Alright, Franz. You're a digger and a farmer. We don't need digging right now, right? The milkshaker. I think we put Franz into farming with a side in cooking. That'll put Julie back on research. Right? Yeah. Okay, so Franz farming with a side in cooking. That means Sudsy can stop prioritizing farming. So Suds can farm, or can ranch, tidy, store, and supply. And shouldn't have to cook. Okay. I think we can leave Julie as is. Do we need to skill scrub anybody else? I mean, we could scrub Julie out of grilling, but I think we could leave her there. Linus is pretty much good where they are, unless we wanted to go to exosuit training, and that would top them out too much. I don't want to do that till we can get more reliable morale. Suds. I think we scrub Suds and get her into exosuit. Yeah. She's going to be doing hauling and stuff. There's no chance of her really winding up on the other stuff. So let's get Suds in there. Shifting priorities. Let's give Franz a hat. I mean, I like the idea of having a dedicated digger and a dedicated builder, but quite honestly, like, we're past needing a digger. Like, we're not going to be doing a bunch of digging just yet. We will have to dig some more when we get outside of our core base, but we're still, like, stabilizing our core base pretty solid here. Not sure how an oxyfern got in there. Is that Pip still roaming around? You! Move that Pip, damn it. What's up, killer? Zed got me a game that I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. What game? Do tell. How is there not enough power on there? Alright, I'm getting rid of these transformers. I might fight all my instincts and do my eyebrows right now. I mean, instincts are there for a reason, but you know, you're an intelligent human being. You can make decisions like that. You're good. Ooh, you got Ani? You're finally joining the evil that is dupedom. Don't do a cold map. It's a terrible idea. I mean, unless you want to play the monthly seed, but yeah, awesome. Welcome to the evil madness that is Ani. I'll have to name a dupe in your world since you've got one in almost every one of my... I think you've done one in every one of my worlds that I've streamed, so... Why does that have no power? Oh, because when it runs... Does it overdraw? Yeah, it only has the batteries that are up there, which are getting drained quickly when that goes. Okay. It's fine. Wait, did it finish? Oh, it finished. So Suds is going to go into critter ranching, improved carry. An exosuit. Yeah. Oh, the base is looking nice. Build an outhouse. Unless you feel like swimming in urine. I have a very specific way I like to start Killer. I mean, I don't want to ruin the magic for you, but you're going to start at the pod, right? I always build this directly to the right because the pod gives off light. Right here was my first wheel and small battery for that. There's usually a two-tile thing for food here. I will build the door here and immediately go into... I immediately go into food so I can get mess hall up and get farm tiles. But as soon as I get to food researched, I go into advanced research and drop in the supercomputer. Your dupe won't actually be able to use it yet if you do it in that order, but because you have 2 in there, you'll get the room bonus for researching, and then all of your novice research will go faster. So that's how I like to do that personally. And then from there, I mean, that's the plan over here, but before you do any of that, you build at least 1 outhouse and 1 wash basin. Outhouse first, and then once I've gotten up bedrooms and a mess hall, I build up to 3. But I also stagger my schedule by an hour for everyone and give them 3 downtime. Some people don't like to do that and like to immediately go into 3 outhouses and 3 wash basins before they work on barracks and mess hall. So it depends, much like RimWorld. You're starting 3 dupes. There's a couple of schools of thought. Almost everybody I know makes sure to get a good researcher. A lot of the traits are similar to RimWorld, so if you read them, you can kind of figure it out. Almost everybody focuses on getting a good researcher, and then someone who can dig and or build. Depending on the map, if I'm going, like on this cold map, I specifically went with a digger, builder, and a rancher because I knew that I'd need to ranch because animals don't have a requirement for temperature. So you can ranch without problems if you can get into it, but they can't ranch until you get the skills, so you've got to level them up at least once. And to get into ranching, you have to go into farming, but that all depends. If I'm on a normal map, and I'm not fighting cold or max hunger type stuff, I'll often go researcher, digger, and builder, like have them super specialized. And if the digger and builder can both have a little bit of the other on the side, that's good. If I wasn't so busy with my server and had more room on my computer, I would try this game. It's a great game, Laz. The other thing I would consider doing, if I wasn't going to go with the third dupe as a rancher or farmer, I would consider going with my third dupe as a supplier, hauler, tidier, because you're going to need someone to move stuff and someone to clean toilets. So I think if I was playing on a more standard start, I might switch over to that school of thought. You can always swap priorities around and have people do things. Most dupes will benefit from having improved carry and athletics, and you could always swap a random person into doing that for moving stuff around. All right, now our heat is kind of spreading out a little bit more, which is good. Now that we have someone kind of half dedicated to hauling stuff, we're going to get this map nice and clean, too. Wasn't so... Hauling stuff? Yeah, Sudsy now ranches first and then hauls tidies and supplies second. So I like that because Abe is our primary farmer now. So Suds doesn't have to farm and ranch. She can do the other things. God, I am so happy right now. Whole base is running on hydrogen. Why are you cooking? Off. Alright, we can legitimately start getting into some research. I like that. Okay. What have we been meaning to research that we haven't been able to get done? Automation would be nice. So would dirty power. Let's go to automation first. Hmm. Now, we just swapped a lot of priorities out, so I'm going to chill just a little bit and watch because calories. We're not knocking it out of the park with calories at the moment. So, want to make sure we have enough people running the mushers and the grill. It's going to take Franz a little bit of time. Because Franz hasn't been... Oh, they've got a 10 agriculture already. Yeah, they'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Suds was doing our farming with a 6, so... Franz will be good. Okay, so I see the problem with why the hydrogen is not making its way up. Let's snip that right there. Because it can't get past that, because the oxygen is taking its space. So we'll let it go down. Thank you for lurking, Killer. I'm really glad you got the game. I hope you enjoy it. This ice is actually starting to melt over here, so that's good. I know it seems like we've got plenty of time to do a bunch of projects now, but we are legitimately at the point we've been trying to get to stabilize. If we try to take on too much now, like opening up and digging out more areas, we could definitely wind up in a situation where we just revert all the progress we've made. So we're gonna even this out, and that way when we come back to it next week, we can start thinking about the next stage of our projects. Like I was saying earlier, I want to start thinking about getting what's it called? Getting an aqua tuner built and getting out into space. In theory, I don't think we absolutely need to get into space. I think we could pull it off here without getting into space, but it'd be nice to launch a rocket. Well, we need data research at the very least, right? So we're going to have to get into a steam rocket. And we're going to need to get into radiation research. I think radiation research is going to become one of our core goals to get that set up. And if we can get enough heat interjected here, we can start getting ourselves into ethanol once we get this pip ranch going properly. That should also help with our calories. Don't like any of those. I'm at the point where I'd almost consider taking on another dupe. We would have to have somebody else with a side in cooking. Devin's even helping out on the cooking right now because we don't have any build projects for him to do. Killer, no Devin. That's right. I don't know why. I always call him Devin. I think we put a little bit more in the way of radiant pipes there. Right? Turn it on its side type of thing. I mean, our temperature is a bit more spread out now, which is a good and a bad thing. It means that some of our areas are... Like, this used to be nice and toasty up here, but we're spreading that heat around the base, which all of it is good. We're just still not out of the woods as far as temperature is concerned. It's still a thing. Like, these are not fully online yet because of the way our temperature is. Thank you guys all for hanging out today. Usually I stream noon to 6, which is about a half hour out till end time. We're probably going to go a little bit late here as we finally got into a little bit of progress on this. Be nice to get an auto dropper going there. I don't think we're going to move our water tank until this cycles back on the next time. We've got dormancy in 3.6 cycles, so this is going to be plenty of room. Some of this should get melted out, which should get us a little bit of a increase to what we need here. But even as it stands, it's going to be a little hairy with liquids. We might even have to dig out and grab some ice from around the map. Which I don't even see any more ice around the map other than the water that's over here. Wax strips hurt? I bet they do. Oh, there is some ice up here. Yeah, we might actually have to go and steal some ice from the top of the map and try and melt it. We'll keep that as, like, our backup plan. I think we should be good on water until this thing comes back online. It does also mean we can't do any refining unless we want to... We could just run our main water line into that. We've got options. We can definitely do that. Okay, I've got ideas then. I've done it before, Barb. I know the pain. Not interested. I'll take a rain check on that one. I may have gotten overzealous on moving the piping around, because now our temp is spread a little bit too far. I am going to take this out of the equation. Same thing over here. And we'll do the same over here. It's good that they're there for eventualities, but I think we're picking up too much cold. Same thing over here. You know, it's good to try things, right? It's good to try things. We'll dial it back a little bit. Done with browse. Excellent. Okay. So yeah, guys, tomorrow we're going to be doing Stardew with Julie. Saturday, we'll either be co-streaming with Squiddy from the Minecraft SMP for our community or playing Minecraft in general. We might also decide to do RimWorld or Ani that day. I am really dying to get the RimWorld playthrough done with so we can focus on other things. That one's been going a long time, so if we're not co-streaming with Squiddy, I'll say right now there's a good chance we'll be playing RimWorld on Saturday just to try and get that playthrough finished up. It's not a normal day for us to be playing RimWorld, but what is normal on this channel? There's really no such thing, so... Alright, these are dancing on the edge. A few more eruptions from the hydrogen geyser, we should be good. Let's get rid of these insulated tiles here. Just tweak. We're in the tweaking stage now. We've planned for some of these systems. Now we're going to tweak them. Make adjustments as necessary. Try and like the stabilization part of the title. Yeah, literally, I think what's going to happen is we're probably going to wind up keeping this hydrogen vent dumping into the base like this for heat and fuel for power, and we'll wind up hooking up an aqua tuner so that they'll balance each other, right? Like if the hydrogen heats it up too much, the aqua tuner will cool it back down. If the aqua tuner, if it's cooling down, the hydrogen vent will heat it back up, type of thing. The beard stroking intensifies. What's the temp on the water coming up here? 28. Oh, look at the pretty pink. The issue we're going to run into is storage. Let's address that. How do we want to address that? Becomes the question. I don't want to waste hydrogen and have to burn it off. So how are we going to fit more storage in here? I'm tempted to delete those batteries. It's also tempting to dig out a little bit more space here. Deleting those batteries, we could delete 3 of them and get ourselves 1 more storage tank, which is not really going to be enough. Is it? They're still adding heat to the equation. Do we try to put together an infinite gas storage? I don't know that I could slam one together quickly. Do we try to mess with an infinite gas storage? What do you guys think? Yeah, they aren't that hard. It's more a question of, is it in the spirit of the playthrough? You know what I mean? We put it on hard mode. Is an infinite gas storage violating that? Or since we're on a small map and already hit ourselves with hard stuff, is it in proper spirit to, you know? I kind of feel like it's what we need. Use them in every playthrough, yeah. I feel like we've done a playthrough without using them, so I think we could actually make it happen. And you're saying up here, Barb? Yeah, that might be a good spot, because we could just use the space we have, right? Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Right? We only need something 3 tiles tall so we can have a little bit of water on the bottom and then 2 gas pumps above, right? Am I accounting for anything? Right? Yeah. Game about... Okay. I think the consensus is build an infinite gas storage. So let's build an infinite gas storage. We'll start with the pipes messy. So we can properly integrate it into the system we already have. Right, that'll go there. Then we need to get the stuff back out. I know this is messy, but we'll clean it up later. Right. What's the overpressure on these SOBs? 2 kilos. So that's hard. Let's go over here and turn... Use regular water. We'll run that there for now. Now, how are we going to go about getting just a tiny bit of water in a nice and easy, cheeky way? Mesh tiles? Do we have mesh tiles yet? What's the water here? 56, wait. 56 kilos. Oh, right. Because, yeah, okay. Actually, no. Let's do this. I'm gonna put one of those there. I don't even remember what we were researching. Automation, right. Let's research the Radbolt stuff, because we're going to want to get our radiation research going. We're gonna have to empty that, right? Okay, we've got a project for the next hour. Well, maybe not even an hour. So if it's 2 kilos, we need a maximum of 2, 4, 6, a maximum of just shy of 8 kilos to put in here. What we'll do is we'll drop some water on the floor here, and we'll have them mop a spot, and then we'll grab a bottle and bring it up here and have them empty it. Might even get it reasonably soon from other stuff. All right. We just got to wait for Killer to build things now. You know, I want to speed it up, but we're still on that edge with calories, so let's... fuck it. Let's go to a 2. Should be fine. Everything will be fine. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, if we're using infinite gas storage, we may very well be able to, like, get by mostly, if not completely, on hydrogen. Killer's always stressed out. Eventually we'll probably move the carbon skimmer as well. Breathability is going to be an issue for a little while because there's just going to be hydrogen mixed in with everything, but I don't want to close up the vent so we waste hydrogen from it being overpressured, so we'll get this sorted as quick as possible, right? Anybody? Anybody? Linus is on it, right? Come on, Linus. You can do it, sir. A little over 8 kilos. $983, that's 1 kilo. I mean, yes. Hang on, printing pod. What is this? Okay, so this is 983 grams. This overpressures at 2 kilos. 983 grams. That might not be enough. I don't want it to delete the stuff. What's the printing pod got for us? Ooh. Dirt or hatch eggs? I'm going to say dirt because... It's going to start becoming an issue until we get our arbors off the ground. We're already cooking through it pretty fast. Yeah. Let's slow down a little bit. We'll move it in grams. Oh, no shit. My problem was with upload, so it's not my fault. Yeah, that is definitely not enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more in there. I feel like 1/4 of a kilo isn't quite enough. I don't want the risk of it deleting the liquid. Anybody? Bueller? Just a little bit more. Then we'll button it up, empty it out, and stitch it together. A lot of hydrogen. I mean, it's not a lot, but okay, that'll do. All right, now what do we got in here? All right, I think that'll do. Excellent. Good projects across the board. Infinite hydrogen storage, heat being injected and moved around the base, reprioritizing everybody. Ice is melting. We're using less water for food because we're doing lice loaf instead of mush bars. And our big problem that's going to be coming up soon is keeping an eye on getting more dirt. We've got a bunch of polluted dirt, so we could refine that down. There's 9 tons of it. I mean, that's not a bunch. We've got 300 and something tons of dirt, and that's going quickly, so 9 tons isn't going to make a big difference. We need these pips online. For that, we need the heat. The loops we have to run and close. All right, Killer is asleep. Or will be going to sleep here in a second. Let's speed everything up so we can get to Killer's next awake cycle. Wake up, Killer. They'll be up soon. There he comes. Okay. All right. Looks like the oxygen is already out of there. Or will be once it all comes out of the pipes. Quick snip there. That goes in there, that goes there, that gets snipped there, this comes around here, that goes in there, this gets connected to there. And then we watch. And that should be infinite storage. I mean, right now it's just cycling through because, you know, it's got to cycle through. Excellent. If we absolutely have to, we could hook up a second pump up here to help pump this line. I don't think it'll be necessary, but... well, that's nice. Oh, I feel like we've accomplished a lot today so far, guys. Maybe we won't go super late. I thought we were going to go pretty damn late, but maybe we won't go uber late this time around. Germ sensors, no. Let's get into rocket stuff. God, that's awesome. I mean, the pipe system's a little wonky, right? But, like, who gives a shit? Actually, you know what? No. We might still need those dots. Doubtful, but maybe. And these should only kick on every once in a while. That pipe will back up nicely. We'll fill all that in. Excellent. Low power sorting system, infinite storage, heat getting spread out. We're on to dirt-based calories. Water is gradually melting, which is good. We have water-positive processes. This thing is going to go offline. It is offline. So we really don't even have a way. Okay, so... that thing is... okay, when that thing stops trickling in the little bits and pieces of that, we're going to have to do something different here. Okay, so that's offline, right? Let's snip this. Then let's make a few adjustments here. We'll get rid of this bit here. Well, not just yet, Nether. Not just yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's empty the inventory, empty storage on this. Alright, so there's no contents, so we don't have any extra polluted water in there. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take that and go like that. And we're going to overflow that. No, that doesn't work because of this loop. Come on now. Come on, killer. Let's get this destroyed. And that should fix priority. If not, it does. Okay, so that fixes priority. And that's how we can keep injecting heat. It'll go into there first. If it fills that up, it'll overflow and go back through, and then that thing will just keep heating up our water and sending it in as we refine metal. The only problem we're going to have with that is the fact that we may run out of metal to refine, but I think we'll have other problems that we'll have to deal with way before that happens. Like dirt. Do we want to discuss our dirt problems? Not really. Not really. How's our heat looking? Not good enough on our food side to divert heat over to the arbor trees yet. Although, look at this nice smear of green up here. That's looking nice. $300 kilos of steel. We really need more eggshells. I think we could take on another dupe. It'd be risky in the sense that we have 52 cycles of heat being injected, but is 52 cycles enough heat to really get this whole base online? I think we might be able to do it. I mean, it's looking good. It's insane how far you are already. Thank you, Barb. I mean, we're only on cycle 135. Ooh, stress is getting to be a thing. It's Killer, right? Killer's always the one that's stressed. No, Linus is stressed. Why is Linus stressed? Food poisoning and soggy feet. Get over it. Low oxygen. That does make sense up here. We might have to put an O2 vent over here. Meh. Okay. All right, guys. Legit question. What else should we try and get done today, if anything? Is this at the point where we just need to let the system run and stabilize and see what comes at us? Or do we have a project we need to start moving towards? In general, my thought process is that we need to move... We eventually obviously need to liquid lock, right? And get out into the rest of the base. The issue with that is... The cold outside might freeze our water, but we could integrate it into our loop It's entirely possible we could use water, regular water, as a liquid lock. I don't think we need to build a bigger tank because we're done getting water from that fountain, so... I'm actually going to say... let them finish making that mush bar, and let's try to get off mush bars. I think we could get onto lice loaf exclusively. Maybe? Yeah, lice loaf, yeah. Now, just for the sake of it, we might have 3 of them running lice loaf, just in case we have somebody doing that, but it's looking like we're pretty much swapped over to lice loaf, as long as these guys stay online. We're gradually sweeping up the base, a little bit at a time. We might actually be overproducing food for this many dupes, so we could, in theory, take on another dupe, which I'd like. The question is, who do we take on? What do we need? I think that's a good question to be asking ourselves right now, is if we can take on another dupe, who do we need? Franz is a solid farmer and can double into construction or medicine if wait, that's such. Franz is a farmer and can double into digging if we need him to. Julie's our researcher, best candidate for going into space, hands down, and has a side in cooking at the moment. Linus, mechatronics engineer. So we could start getting some automation going. Is it essential? I don't know. Our base is pretty small. Suds is ranching and hauling. And could switch over into construction. A lot of our people are very versatile. Killer's our main digger builder. I don't think we need to really bring on another digger builder. I think it's okay if people can build and can dig, theoretically. I prefer building over digging as a side in anybody at this point. Zed is dedicated to cooking. Zed is always going to be cooking. So in theory, we could bring on an artist to help us with decor. Two of our people have the possibility of getting medicine for free. In fact, I think it's time to give Killer medicine on the side. It's a free point. So we don't need a doctor. We could use someone who does art, in theory. I mean, Suds, ranching-wise, I guess we could theoretically have our eyes out for a dedicated hauler, storer, dedicated strength dog's body, as Francis would call them. Because eventually we should get a lot more ranching going with Suds. So she is probably going to eventually be taking up most of her time with ranching. At the moment, she can do our hauling and ranching. So I guess a hauler and an artist. We don't have anybody who's got a passion in art, right? If we could get a hauler with a side in art, I'd be very cool with that. What else are we looking for? Any other thoughts, anybody? Like, what else should we have our eyes out for? Another project on the agenda could be a deep freezer. We could literally put the thermoregulator just right out in the open. What do I have Julie researching? You know what? Let's take Julie off of research. Not because we don't want to get research done, but because we're now officially not bringing in any new water. Everything we get is from our water-positive processes. Wait. Do we have the... Oh, let's get her on the petroleum generator. Because we've got the ethanol distillery research, petroleum generator. So, refinement. Ethanol distiller. Requires 240 watts of power. Produces 1,000 Produces 500 grams a second of ethanol if we can keep the wood in it. I think truly we're going to have to get into more... Like, I know we haven't even started ranching the pips yet, but we're going to need substantially more pip action if we're going to keep up with our... We're going to keep up with dirt and ethanol production. I think we're going to have to go pretty ham on the pips. Right? Yeah, we're going to need more pips. Now, I don't mind spending some resources to create natural tiles because we're on a metal-rich map. Oh, yeah, Killer. I said earlier we're probably going to go late. There's a few things I wanted to get sorted. I'm thinking about plans right now. Posture, yes. The beard stroke does kill the posture. Okay. I'm going to bring up a notepad. Let's make a list. Let's make a legit list here. I'll put it up on screen even. So, more pips, trees. Deep freeze. Rad research. Can we run a gas range with hydrogen? It's got to be natural gas, right? That just occurred to me. Natural gas. Okay. Can't run it with hydrogen. Stuffed berry, mushroom wrap, surf and turf, pepper bread, mushroom quiche, curried beans, spicy tofu, frost burgers, mixed berry pie. Produces carbon dioxide and heat. Overheat temperature of 75. I don't really realistically see a way of getting into that. Okay. Put that up here with the pips. See, we went from not having enough calories to overproducing lice loaf. Should we do some calorie math here? We should do some calorie math. Since we don't have a deep freeze and I don't want to chase it, right? So, meal ice produces 600 calories every 12 cycles. Right? So 600 every 12 cycles means 50 a cycle. Right? The lice loaf turns 1,200 into 1,700. What is that percentage-wise? That's backwards, isn't it? 500... Don't think about it that way, Nether. Okay, so... We've got 6 dupes times 2,000 calories. So we got 12,000 calories divided by 1,700. So we need 7 lice loaf per cycle. Well, a little bit more than that. So we need 7 lice loaf per cycle, right? So that means we need to do 1,200 times 7. We need 8,400 calories of meal lice per cycle. Right? Meal lice produce per plant 50 per cycle. That can't be right. 106, that's not right. There's no way, because we're keeping up with it right now. We're calorie positive. We don't need 168 plants. Where am I going wrong, guys? Am I absolutely fucking insane? Hold on. Let's look here. Meal lice. All right, mealwood. Life cycle of 3 cycles. Okay, that's where I was getting this wrong. 3 cycles, 600 calories. That's where it was wrong. So 600 divided by 3, so each plant is producing 200 per cycle. That makes more sense. So 6 times 2 divided by 17 . 7 per cycle of the lice loaf. So that's times 1200. So we need 8,470 calories of meal lice. And then divide that by 200. So we need 42 plants. That's more accurate. We need 42 plants for all 6 of our dupes. Ish. There's 24 there. 12 there, so that's 36. 46. So we're overproducing, like this whole section up here can go. And we'd still be overproducing by about 4 plants. Which, with it going out because of temperature and stuff, yep. So, let's not overproduce. We can overproduce once we have a deep freeze. But currently, we don't have a deep freeze. So let's uproot these sons of bitches. Because we do not want to be wasting dirt. It's one thing if we get like a calorie bank going with a deep freeze, but we do not want to be wasting dirt. I think we leave it with the 46 here, because we're theoretically overproducing by 3 and a fraction. And since we do have them still going out with body temperature, and because the hydrogen taps them for a second, I think 46 should be reasonable. If we start going overly positive, first world problems. Now let's keep the per dupe math, right? So we need about 7 plants per. Sure. We'll save this as November Ani notes on the desktop. Might already have one of those. So now the question is, how much dirt is that? This is where we're going with the math. This is the plan so that we can get into things next week without breaking our brains. So if we then go into mealwood, each of these require 10 kilos of dirt per cycle. So 46 means... So we need 460 dirt. 460 kilos per cycle. Right? So 460 kilos per cycle. We've got 3,000. Okay, so 3 and then 500. So we've got that divided by 460. We have 794 cycles worth of dirt. Okay. At our current consumption rate. If we add more dupes, that'll go down. So I'd say with our current dirt production, we're looking at maybe 500 cycles if we take on another dupe or two. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I doubt we're going to be in this playthrough for more than like 600 to 700 cycles. The pips will produce us some dirt, so that doesn't have to be top tier priority for us, right? Right. And if anybody sees me doing something wrong, let me know. We are getting polluted dirt, not a massively high amount, from filtering the polluted water. Sand is not the best issue here, but we could start doing dash of salt down in the chlorine. Let's put that on the notes. So dash of salt vine's got to go on the list because I would prefer not to be crushing our rocks into sand, since our rocks are going to be getting turned into coal, which is already something that drives me crazy at 259 tons of igneous rock. I mean, we've got plenty more rock to dig out, so not necessarily the worst thing in the world. But I would like to get the dash of salt vines going, because with that, we could crush those into sand and table salt. Table salt helping with mood, sand helping with everything else. What else do we need to think about doing? So forget doing... this should be plenty for us for now. Unless we need to spin up more for ethanol. We'll worry about that when we get there. It's not as important. Oh, I didn't take into account these three down here. Definitely don't want 49 online. And these seem to stay pretty consistent because this is where the heat comes in. So we'll take those three off. Let's take one more off. We'll drop down to 45. That leaves us with 3 extra. What other projects do we need to do next week, guys? Anything you guys want to throw out there? We'll figure out some projects while we watch this play out. Hydrogen vent. I am going to build one of these just in case we do want to close that in. Long term, we're talking aqua tuner for temp regulation and steam rocket. We don't have access to plastic, so we're not going to be able to generate. We're not going to be able to lean hard on the aqua tuner. But what we are going to do is we're going to need to put an aqua tuner and a steel gas pump into a chamber. So that's going to be a minimum of 8 full tiles of water, because I don't want to deal with liquid locking into it. So we'll put 8 full tiles of water into that chamber. At the temperatures we've got water at, that really should soak a lot of heat. It's going to take us a long time to steam that. So that'll be the box we dump heat into once the base starts to heat up too much. Which shouldn't happen for too long. Ooh, cottage cheese and pineapple. Cottage cheese is one of those things. Like, I used to like cottage cheese, but I feel like it's one of those foods you can have, like, I get excited about cottage cheese, and then one meal of it, and I'm good for a few years. Like, I could have a bit of it, but then after I've had a meal, or like a good, after had a good helping of cottage cheese, I don't need cottage cheese again for a year or two. Ooh, I got one. We have chlorine, so decontamination chamber. We need a decontamination. We don't need one, but we're losing a lot of efficiency on our dupes from them being sick all the time. So if we could run stuff through chlorine instead of just letting them do it, that'd be great. They'll stop getting hypothermia once the base warms up, but we got to manage food poisoning manually, right? Our water down here is at like 18 degrees in some spots. What else? What else? What else? What else do we need? Diamond. We've got to get diamond. And we are going to have to get to space, so that's not even an eventuality. I have to. Love cottage cheese? I mean, yeah. Everybody, do what makes you feel good. Let me just get that one last mush bar that's half in there done. All right. Other ideas. We'll put a double asterisk here. Mutate plants. That way we can get more. If we can get exuberant mealwood and not have as much... We've got plenty of dirt for what we have, but dirt's not the only problem. Space is also an issue, right? Not space, but elbow room space could also be a problem. We've got a lot of plants taking up space. Water tank is always going to be on our minds. We don't have to actually make a note for that. We are gradually melting the ice around here. If we need to, we can snag... There's a pocket of ice over here. We're still melting this down here. We're melting this over here gradually. And then if we need to, we can get up close to the surface over here. Up higher on all of this. Oxygen masks. Oxygen masks are definitely on the list of things. I mean, obviously, it is what it is, but... Also, until this thing comes back online, we're not going to be doing as much sieving. Our sieving is coming primarily from our toilet water. Which, if we can switch that to a decontamination chamber, we could put the sieve on a separate line. I think we've got a pretty good list there. I think what I'd like to do real quick is since Linus is over here all the time, we might want to get some air over here. You know? It's a lot of pump to run, but I think given the fact that we were always going to have someone up here refining for a while, it could be worth it. We'll have it split. Yeah. I'm loving the idea of this infinite storage. We've already got 23 kilos per tile on 8 kilos, so we've got 200 kilos of hydrogen saved up, plus whatever's in the bank here. And keeping an eye out. Ooh, snazzier suit. Pipsqueak. Creativity, athletics, small bladder. No. No. Tough choice. We're going to be ranching the pips this time around, so let's take the suit. Let's get our people nice and styled. Sage hatch. Do we want to convert our polluted dirt into coal? I might do sage hatches, guys. Killer's been putting in work. You get a suit. All right, let's add that to the list in here. I mean, the game gave it to us. In my last playthrough, I was like trying to force it to get sage hatches. I mean, I think maybe a sage hatch ranch is worth doing. We could move the massage table and scrubber and put a ranch in right here. It's perfect size for a ranch. And then we can feed all of our polluted dirt to the sage hatches. And get coal. That gets us to the point where we wouldn't necessarily need to lean so hard on chewing up rocks. I think deep freeze is #1 on my list, though. Which means we'll probably move the kitchen somewhere. And we've got 51 cycles of heat and hydrogen coming in. I like the idea of a deep freeze also because that gives us another heat source. We want to fucking... Yeah, we could dump that heat directly into our base. You know what, I was talking about making this a 3 tall. I think I might leave it a 4 tall to leave room for us to put in automation. Because then we could put sweepers along the top. This is starting to look nice. I'd like this area to heat up a bit more. This is looking a little dicey still. Yeah, I kind of feel like the ethanol thing is reasonably essential just for the water production alone. Linus is on the table. Wait, I was researching animal stuff? Oh, I accidentally clicked on the grill. Ugh. Not what I wanted to research. Okay. Mistakes were made. Sudsy! Welcome to the madhouse. Well, iron ore looks like this. Aluminum ore looks like this. Killer, if you go to the materials overlay, you can go to metal, and it'll highlight it. And now, all those red bits are aluminum or iron. Yeah, we're going a little bit late, Suds. Basically, we got an infinite hydrogen storage and started getting our temperature dialed in so that we could get off of mush bars. This is our base at the moment. And we started making a list of projects after doing some math problems. So we also determined what we're on the lookout as far as dupes go. Oh, don't worry about it, Killer. You'll probably ask a lot of stuff multiple times. This game is very deep. Yeah, I was actually just considering, I think we've got our list of projects pretty well sorted, actually. Yeah, so we're on the lookout for a dedicated hauler, supplier, cleaner, preferably with a side in art. If they don't have a side in art, we'll take them anyway. Then we'll be looking for someone who has art who can do something else, because we don't want them to just do art. Because I would like to get some decor going. I mean, not a lot of decor. I don't want to waste too much time. Half of our people can have a passion in building in addition to their other stuff, so there is that as well. You know, I don't think we even need to ranch sage hatches. What if we just move the sage hatch egg somewhere and store all of our polluted dirt there? Let the wild sage hatch convert our polluted dirt. Yeah, I might do that. I've been watching a long time. Hey, Garrett, how you doing? What's up, Barb? What's the ooh? I think that's a good list of things. I think that's a good list of things. A lot of them are contingent on the basic plans of, like, getting out of the base and all of that. Wild sage hatch? Yeah. I mean, we only have one sage hatch egg, but on the inevitable chance that we may end up if we're in here long enough to get more, we could just, yeah, because we could leave it wild, then we don't have to worry about grooming it or dealing with anything. I mean, ranching them wouldn't be too hard. I just don't think we're going to be producing enough polluted dirt to need to ranch them. I think we start it wild, and then if we need to, we can switch over to ranching. Well, I mean, we'll put it up in this space, because then it could easily be converted to a ranch. And by the way, our stone hatches are fully spun up now. We've got 7 out of 7. So we should also put up incubators for those. That goes on the list. Evolution chamber. No, not sage. Stone hatches. Yeah, we've got automation, so we can absolutely set up automation for the stone hatches now. So, automation And evolution chamber for the stone hatches. Wild sage. Oh snap! Crown molding to keep pips from planting is so much better than yes, because they'll never actually build it, and you can just cancel it. I forget where I learned that one, but I saw that and I was like, yoink. Does anybody have any more suggestions as far as water positive processes that we could run? We've got our toilets up. We're going to be trying to get into ethanol so we can make the ethanol into petroleum, or burn the ethanol in a petroleum generator to get more polluted. Our cool slush geyser, my dang ladders end up getting built like 20% of the time. So no, yeah, just use the crown molding, Suds. Water positive processes. Water positive processes. And is there something we can use our CO2 for? Or do we just scrub it and feed it to the hatches? Just do better. Sounds like a skill issue. Are you actually going to uproot these things? Why are these not getting uprooted? Oh, okay, there we go. As I'm saying it, they're doing it. Yeah, I'm totally trying to think of... The blanket you? Oh, your character? Your character's doing good. Where is Suds? No, that's Franz. Oh, there you are. So, you are primary rancher, secondary in cleaning, tidying, supplying, and storing. You have food poisoning, soggy feet, and you're hungry, but, you know, so does everybody. Crocheting a blanket. Oh, awesome. I mean, it'd also be nice to actually, like, organize our industry a little bit better. Right now, it's just kind of slapped up here at the top of the map, but... And actually, I think we could actually slow down on this. Well, maybe not. Our water's starting to get nice and toasty. Should we let that continue? I mean, we're not quite green across the board, and we've got a lot of chill to suck out of a lot of spots. Okay, I think we let it continue. I mean, our water's up to 20 degrees in some spots. Still have a heel left on your stock. I'm in your kitchen up is all I've done this week, and I just don't want to fold. Oh yeah, folding it's the hard part, right? Like you can get it done, but then having to fold it, like ugh. Can we uproot? Are we ever going to uproot the mealwood? Are we ever going to uproot the mealwood? Okay, farming supply. Uh-huh. You're supplying the one I told you to uproot. Okay, but now you're uprooting it. Good job, Franz. Yeah, mine is all in a pile on my bed as well. Okay, we're about to hit the 7-hour mark, which is an hour longer than I usually go. We've got a good list of projects and ideas, and I'm sure I'll come up with more. If anybody else thinks of anything really awesome or that we should definitely put on the list, let me know either in Discord or when we get back on this. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Stardew with Julie, unless she can't for some reason, then we'll either play this or RimWorld. RimWorld is pretty much on the top of the list for me as far as games that get slotted in, because we're 1 or 2 play sessions away from being done with it, and when we are, we're taking a break and focusing on Ani after that. So let's see. Let's stop, hit the save button, and then see if we have anybody we can raid out to. Would love to share the love and you know, get out there. Why don't I do this? Grab this. Go over here. Twitch. Let's see who's online. Oh, Zed is online, and Zed has been here all day. Let's bring the family over to Zed, guys. Zed has been really addicted to the Ani streams and has been supporting. Did some subbing and some cheering. So let's go show Zed some love. Thank you all for hanging out, for having an amazing time with me here today. Like I said, tomorrow some Stardew. Saturday is going to be whatever Saturday is going to be, and next week we'll be back into RimWorld and Ani. It's been a blast. You guys all have an amazing evening. If you see me in Discord, feel free to pop in and say hi. I'm going to go get some food before I hop in and probably watch a video or two. Be well, everyone.